Greetings once again, adventurers, here for our next installment of the Zodar trials. As the clock rings out for 1000, the most potentially the juiciest part of the Zodar trials begins. The topic of the Zodar prophecy. As out before the people, we have these 6 factals and 3 representatives. And interestingly, before the representatives of the Bizarre Bazaar, the Canal of Faiths, and the ambassador from the Gift Conservation, who, if you guys had rolled higher on perception checks, you would have noticed him leaving from your kind of up top stand bougie area. But now that you see him out there, you recognize that he was kind of sitting off to the side. They are all there ready to speak. But before the kind of Zodar trials testimony begins in full, the speaker, the Factal of Faith, Archbishop Thurling himself, gives a little preamble beforehand, saying, at this time of 1000, as the lead speaker of Factal of Faith for this topic of the Zodar prophecy, I would like to first lead with proposition summary, and then explain why all 6 members here of the Factals understand the potential opposition to this topic. First, the lead proposition summary. The Zodar prophecies, it is desired that this shall be officially added to the source pack's list of in progress prophecies, something that will be made henceforth, officially elevating it henceforth into legal discussion and being able to use as a defense. And this herein is an interesting proposition, as the prophecies of the Little Red Book do not hail from the source pact itself, but yet from somewhere outside, which is why we have brought in our expert from the Gift Conservation here. Please, everyone, welcome Kuei Fu from the Gift Conservation to talk about the Little Red Book. But I have been told by my fellow factals to restate that should this become a precedent, that a prophecy can become grounds for a legal defense, discourse, and action here in the Source Pact, we do open ourselves up to potential liability, as the Little Red Book is not yet fully written, and new lines of it appear on the page every once in a while. Yet, that being said, we have also brought together those that experienced the Zodar's proclamation at the Bizarre Bazaar, and a representative from the Canal of Faiths to speak to how the Little Red Book can help create, can help aid the faithful here in the Source Pact. So we will begin our proceedings with the Bizarre Bazaar representatives explaining the nature of the Zodar's prophecy for those who do not yet know of it. And then we'll proceed with Kuei Fu, the Gift Conservation, to explain the Gift's interpretation of the prophecy, and then end with the Canal of Faith's interpretation as some as the Little Red Book is faith adjacent, and a cleric's guidance could prove useful. Cool. At that, they kind of start continuing. Watching from the sidelines, Gary, you see that Gul'dan, the half orc that you met at the office a couple days ago, who kind of gave you that slide remark, seems to be representing the Bazaar, and he's kind of got his whole suit going on, and he's there with a hill giant who, for those in the know, you know, is really good at making certain particular, adventuring goods out in Bazaar, and like your torches and things like that, and kind of there just to show face for the Bazaar. And Gul'dan in half orc list, but charismatic, which I'm not gonna try. He kind of explains the proclamation, and he's like, yes, as my the the folks of Bazaar, near the Bank of Eons, heard on that fateful morning at 600 3 days ago on the 1st of Delphi. Did
you say 603 days ago?
600 is like the hour. 3 days ago. Yeah. Yeah, military time. As they heard, the Zodar, the black armored entity that mysteriously defends the Bank of Eons and so helpfully keeps it defended from any ne'er-do-wells who might try and kind of deal with our or mess with our economy, and our central vaults that the Dalkins of the Bank of Eons, the tellers, Zvard of Eons here as our factual representative included, as they all help make keep our society running. It is also important they are protected, and they are protected by the Zodar, a creature that has never once spoken a word. Yet, as many a witness can attest that were there in the marketplace around the Bank of Eon, when the gyrospheres knocked 600, the Zodar, after the last chime of the gyrosphere, proclaimed the following words. Those words that were already existing on the pages of the Little Red Book since who knows how long when. And these words are as follows. And if you want to follow along, you can open your little notebook, and it's under handouts. Zodar, sorry. Yeah, it's just under handouts. Zodar's prophecy. And it shows a picture of the guy as well. Once elemental pathfinders wreath, aftershock flog fishers, astral bequeath, and gates outside blankets cure beneath, weave frayed plague paths will finally sheath. Now these words may seem like nonsense jargon, but as many can attest, they hold wisdom beyond measure, should that wisdom be sought for. And not only are these words special as they are part of the Little Red Book, but just 3 days ago, the Zodar chose to speak them after being silent and remaining silent henceforth. It, for those who study certain creatures like the Zodar, it has been rumored that that he might be able to they might be able to speak, um, but that they only are gifted with speech a certain times in their infinite lifetime. And um, and just 3 days ago, we were given such notice. And he kind of like keeps on using words and language to like hone in the gravitas of the situation. And it's like, and herein I conclude the witness statement of the Bazaar marketplace, and hearing the word of the Zodar, and uh, and teaching all of this certain prophecy. And you hear like a good portion of the crowd starts cheering as the kind of voting starts, already starting to come in. And you see this will-o-wisp guy like shoots up to like the fourth side over here, and this crow also kind of moves over as well, and this green guy over here, um, and then the gift conservation uh, ambassador is given a moment to speak as well. His kind of bespectacled little glasses like coming down as he kind of like takes out some scrolls and things and like reads off kind of a pre-planned message, which I'm not going to say. I'm also going to kind of give a general vibe of what it is. And he's got a little bit of an accent. It's obvious that Common is not his like first language, um, but um, he starts saying, "Yes, the announcement from the Zodar of these words is something special indeed. Yet us at the Guild Conservation have been living by these words just as we've been living by the Little Red Book for decades now. And uh, the um, uh, and in the Gift Conservation, uh, we believe that these little poems are, with jargon that yes may be confusing at first, hold wisdom that can aid in everyday life. Uh, uh, and in, he doesn't totally use these particular words, but for those of us in the real world, he's kind of starts describing some like Confucianist, like parable ideology, that are like examples of how to use these superstitions. And he then kind of gets back. And as you can see, these are just a few of the cultural practices that we exhibit in the gift conservation due to several of the various prophecies from the Little Red Book. Now, as to future liability that I was supposed to speak upon, the yes, it is true that the Little Red Book, while we in the gift conservation are the printers of the physical copies of the book, the enchantment upon them links them to the unique edifice at the center of the Red Asylum, from which it gains new information as fate allows, um, and additionally new pages in the books. Um, the gift conservation holds no sway over what words may come, though we do have our understandings of what how to understand these prophecies. Um, uh, yes, and as such, it is true that by making prophecies part of your legal system, you may be holding yourself to something that to kind of looking over text from future prophecies that are yet unknown. That being said, I think I am in favor of this Zodar about prophecy being being in that it would also aid in relations between the gift conservation and the source pack, and that you know it would unite our nations in an interesting way. Um, and he kind of like keeps going on all of this, and he does kind of note that you know several of the gift conservation members even kind of do have a little mini quest through their town to almost like a hajat of sorts, to go pray at the red wall, where they can see the edifice that they believe um, creates the text in the Little Red Book, um, and that such cultural locations can also kind of create an economic value for the nation as well. Cool. So he like kind of goes into less so this particular instance of this Zodar creature saying a prophecy, and more just the history of kind of the Little Red Book and what it means to the gift. And after that, the kind of Archbishop Sterling is like, "Thank you for your testimony, and for your opinion on you know the ever expanding library of prophecies." And he then says, "And now, my fellow Canal of Faiths representative, you there, as many here in the audience may have heard, for a time you were hosting the Radiant Breacher that will be a subject of a future trial here later today. A breacher who potentially could be a part of the this Zodar prophecy. In doing so, would you please describe your opinion on the subject and how it might affect the Canal of Fate?" And at this moment, this little halfling steps up and is like visibly like trembling, and uh, he's like, um, yes, uh, I have four, two, I've three things to say. I'll keep it short. Yes, I am Alvis Norwoods from the Temple Norse. I yes, I did host Rune. Uh, he's uh, he's a great guy. And yeah, that's my first thing I have to say. And second thing I have to say is that uh, the um, the Zodars, and he kind of takes out like a piece of paper. The Zodar's prophecy is and he like squints at the handwriting, like trying to read it, and and it's obvious it's not his handwriting. Is a reason for us to reconnect with with our faith, and uh and he kind of proclaims that, and he's like, yes, and those were my three things. Canal of Faith is uh gonna be more faithful due to things. Thank you. And Archbishop Sterling kind of like uh is doing a little shake of the head and tries to like help him out. He's like, yes, thank you so much for explaining how the Canal of Faith, the Canal of Faiths is always accepting of all aspects and natures of religions that might lead us towards more orderly and good society. And Um, and he kind of like looks over to the Archdevil Supreme as he says that. But then um, then he uh, and then he kind of starts to wrap up this and is like, uh, we will let you know that the six of us have six factals here have been thinking on this subject for a while now, and it's long-term repercussions. And we will return shortly um, uh, uh, with with that, and we are very much currently still deciding uh, what we think about this. And they then kind of the raconteur like kind of again explains that it's going to be break time, and they all they all leave uh, uh, to their oh my gosh little room to discuss stuff. As uh, again, there's like a little breather room in this little announcement of things going on. And in that, you see Alvis kind of like runs around to the other side of a chair and just like kind of use it for cover, and it's just like curled up in a ball. And as the Gith conservation guy just kind of like um, uh, sits over on a chair and things. Cool. As this recess occurs, we're gonna go to Argus. Argus, can you give me a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage? As you're getting
Oh,
pretty
oh
big,
boy, can I?
pretty big headache, maybe from all the weird arcane stuff that's been happening.
Oh my goodness. Wait, why didn't it work? Did it work? Oh, I had to be. Okay. 13.
Okay. Um, should not have taken a bite then. Sorry. You with 13, that's lower than 15. Uh, your hangover is starting to come back to haunt you as um you've drank like you've been drunk before, but uh this is a little different as like you don't seem to be taking down as much mead or whatever as you're used to, and like being okay with it. You drink like tankards and tankards, and here
Mhm.
each little flute of bub is like pretty potent. um and you find yourself like starting to feel like you're going to have to vomit, um, which is an interesting feeling given that you feel like you don't really have anything in your stomach because you don't need anything in your stomach, and it's like this weird, like very irregular feeling as like you're kind of getting a little lightheaded from the the morning after type of scenario that's going on. Um, what do you, as you feel that, as you say this, and kind of the conversation that you were having with Theo is uh, stopped by the proceedings that we just heard. What do you start to do here?
Oh, well, I'm gonna turn back to my adventuring party. Well, gentlemen, as fun as this is to listen to, uh, I gotta find a powder room. Where, does anyone know where I can get to one?
Yeah, you see uh, uh, one of the um, dun, 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 walnut dankgrass from the uh, drawn acquisitions is like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's right around the corner there. Just go down and around. Um, I don't know if you guys can see that, but yeah, there's like two harmonium guards that are kind of at this little junction. And it's just down there. Kind of deeper into the bottom of the edifice here, hall of speakers. Mhm.
Okay, thanks. Excuse me. Argus is gonna move towards the end, but like quickly, and where he's like stepping over people, kind of rudely and ignoring them.
Now, Theo, you're used to a world where people don't really like need to go to the bathroom, but there are like powder rooms, especially in these like gallant areas where like people can put up makeup and like, you know, have some alone time or something. But there's like not, you know, it's not like um it's not like this is like a common thing. Um so
Mhm.
yeah, but he might also be just making an excuse to go get, you know, rations or something. I don't know. But
As he starts to go, I say, "Are you?" I
I
said
didn't I
to
didn't hear
Argus.
that.
Oh, I said, "Okay." In that case, as Argus gets up to go, I say, "Are you right?"
What do you say, Argus, as he's asked you for doing okay?
Argus is not gonna say anything and just keep he he's got a mission, and this there's nothing stopping this volcano.
Okay. Yeah. So he's
Or at least he feels that way.
you're gonna go for it. You're gonna leave your feather there, or are you gonna take it with you?
Oh, the feather was just like in my hand, so I'm just gonna like stick it back in the pocket.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't even really respond to him. I just kind of push him to the side. Or I guess I don't push him to the side, but I ignored him on my way to the set powder room.
Okay, you find your way down like a hallway and stairs and stuff, and there's like some signs for it or whatever. And there's like a men and like women's uh area over here. Um and you find your way inside. Um cool. This powder room isn't like a bathroom like, you know, with a chamber pot or something that you would recognize. It's kind of like a smoke room almost, like there's like futons and a couch, and it's a little bit in disarray. But in the corner there is like a sink that you might be able to like wash your face with or something that has some
Is there a
water,
trash
which
can?
unbeknownst to you is like maybe, you know, a kind of precious resourcey thing. Yeah, there is like a trash can in the corner. Um, yeah.
All
Mhm.
right, Argus is gonna first go to the sink and kind of uh slurp a little bit of water, and
Mhm.
then uh pull or sit on one of the sofas and pull the trash can over in front of him.
Yeah, you find yourself like a location like right under this like vent up in like the rafters where like cool air like air some sort of airflow from outside um
Oh, thank goodness.
can like come over you, and you kind of just like take a moment to just be here. Luckily, the there's no one else here, but with your big ears, you do hear like two people making out in the other room in like the women's one. Um, so yeah, but the uh, yeah, cool. Well, with that out of the way, give me a Constitution saving throw. Let's see if you can get your poison condition off.
Still disadvantage.
Yeah,
Oh,
9.
9.
Okay. So yeah, not quite yet. Um, you're still feeling like the brunt of it, but you feel like you're doing the right thing and that you'll like get over it soon. Um, cool.
Just gotta let it pass.
At that, we're going to change scenes here. Um, first off, I'm gonna put Jacob's character on the map, but we're not going to actually start with Jacob's character. We're going to start following Gary back as he knows, um, as he goes to his office and then goes to do a little pre-talk with his client before he represents him in the next Zodar trial here. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay. Cool. I'm forgetting where I put Thaddeus. No, Thaddeus. You're not seeing anything on your screen, I guess. Sorry. Yep. There we go. Toke move. Take a boy. Move him. Oh. Okay. So after from your perspective, Barry, you were kind of listening up near the dun, dun, dun. You were listening up here, sorry, in the band room with kind of watching the guys get ready to play during the break. Oh my god. Tokens. And the as you're there, you are you also see that this is like kind of like a nice spot to like see the whole proceedings from like still an area that you can get back to your office from. And you see Vandercub, the Dragonborn that you met from before, is also there, kind of just like looking at everything. And you know that he is soon to be representing the Adventurers Guild. And as the kind of initial stint of the Zodar prophecy testimony occurs and the breakout starts, and the choir that's like kind of gotten set up next to you like starts singing, and this room kind of gets full of song, and it gets pretty loud. You and Vandercup kind of walk out of the room into a hallway where there's like a harmonium guard just kind of guarding the musicians. Do you say anything to Vandercup as he leaves kind of northwards towards his office, or anything like that?
I just exchange pleasantries and ask him if he is prepared for what he's or if he's
Well, so he actually
got an idea how he's going to pursue.
Yeah, so he actually already did his. Sorry, I forgot. He already did his topic of restitching the test time before any of this occurred. And so he kind of like in passing as he leaves, he like passed a almost insulting remark to you, being like, well, Tad Lichtentoad, huh? I wish you as good luck as my topic went. I mean, hard to beat an almost unanimous want for the test time to be stitched back together. Of all people, the the Factal of Growth wasn't interested. And I mean, Factal Dominion made sense. They're always worried about attacks from the Hive over the Blood War and stuff. Blood Feud. Well, let's just say, even though you're of a more monstrous race, as he's talking as like the Dragonborn kind of high society guy that he is, let's just say I hope you don't stain the name of Defensive Order representative too badly in your next 2 bouts there. Yeah. And he kind of walks away. You say anything, Doug?
I just kind of sneer at him.
Okay. Yeah. He he walks back over towards where like the offices are, which you could go to later if you wanted to. Cool. You look down at your little pocket watch and know it's probably good to go talk with your next client. Speaking of that, you're gonna have to soon defend within the hour. And to be clear, I'm talking about the soon topic of punishment of the Heralds of Havoc. So I assume you go down the hallway to go meet your client and kind of do a little pep talk, or
Okay.
okay. So you enter down the hallway, passing some of the kind of spare classrooms and the various rooms. There's a generator room for one of the back end gem forges, and you show your DO password to get kind of defensive order symbol to get past some of the guards, and say hi to a few that are kind of monitoring little arcana like tech seeing stones to like monitor the prisoners. And you make your way to this outside prison area that's quite similar in like the fact that it has like this central spiral staircase to that of the one that Rune Halfdane was in. But this one, instead of the cells being like locked underground, these ones are like up in the air. And each of the cells in and of itself is its own kind of spell jammer that can quickly be like transported here and there. So you guys are right effectively in like this guy here. This works. Let's see. Interesting. Yeah. So like this little kind of protrusion above the dome, glass dome that exists there. Cool. And as you walk in, you see that 3 of the cages have like little spelljammer prison cell things connected to them. And they are the 5 now Heralds of Havoc that were taken from the they were taken during the Exadly meeting attack. And it is interesting that you've only been briefed recently that one of the Heralds of Havoc apparently took his own life, a Hadozi or something like that. It's not a good look for your cause, I guess. But you kind of go in to check with your particular prisoner here. What is, as we look into the cell here and see the prisoner that you're checking in on, what does he look like as he's been given back his whole garb and kit to resemble how he was before being taken?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I have my stuff. Beautiful. So, Tad walks in and he sees a handful of the Heralds of Havoc, but it looks he sees a Harengen, which is like a little rabbit creature. Stands about 4 feet tall. But the ears make him almost 5 feet tall, about 4'10" with the ears, because the ears are big. And he's got like a tricorn hat on, like your classic pirate hat. And with just like a kind of a nice-ish looking vest, but still like rugged. And a trench coat over that, and then like but it's all very like black and gray, very very dull colors, all of it. Except he has uh a slightly less monotone green scarf, but it's still a little bit dull and faded and dark, but a green scarf on, and he holds an ornate cane in one hand that he seems to be leaning heavily on, almost as if he has a bum leg or something. And he, in the corner of his mouth, he has a carrot, because rabbits like carrots, and he's holding it like a cigar.
The props come out.
Nice. Cool. So how does this interaction go? As you guys know, you have like an hour until the proceedings, and Tad is kind of just giving a routine check-in. Yeah.
So I just say, hello, Arizo, how are you doing?
That as good as I can be.
Good.
I mean, I got my clothes back, so that's all right. But and I hadn't had a taste of a carrot in 2 days. It's great, phenomenal.
As you bite into your carrot, you feign like, it being phenomenal or whatever, but you're severely concerned by the fact that you can't taste the carrot like at all. It's like completely bland, and yeah, but
Okay.
you're just chowing down on it nonetheless. Yeah.
So I take it you got some kind of defense? Did my stuff help the navigator kit?
Yes, it did. And thank you. I had to borrow some coins to make some payments to do some research.
Whatever you needed. That's I just want to get out of here.
Well, I've come up with a defense strategy, but
No,
it's going to require you to kind of take a little bit of a leap of faith. And all I want you to do is tell the truth the best and most detailed as you can remember it.
all right then. I can do that. I know. Tip my hat to Gary. All right, to Tad.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm pretty confident going forward. So, I don't know that we're in a very favorable element here, but I have my plan and I'm hoping it'll work out.
Well, you seem like a good fella, Tad, and I'm glad to have you speaking for me.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you trying.
Okay. Is there any, you guys have kind of, you've had a meeting before Arizo giving all the facts you can to help the situation. You're kind of just having faith, if you will, in this guy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he should take a leap of faith. Us rabbits are famously good at leaping, so
there you go.
And famously lucky.
hmm Okay. Um, cool. If that interaction's done, I'm willing to move on. Do you guys want to say anything else, or no?
I think
no,
we're good.
just that.
I think we're both a little nervous about what's going to happen, but
Cool. Yeah, you look back, Gary, at like the other kind of the dwarf,
I
centaur, the fire newt, and the dragonborn that are like in their uh armor that they were wearing during the attack. And they're all like slightly different, but have that same kind of like half-dash together motif. And you're glad that you pined for them to be presented with their items, because it definitely makes Arizo look visually distinct from them.
I have one more question for Arizo.
Mhm.
sure.
I asked him about his navigation tool.
What about them? They're for navigating the ship across the sea, across water.
But
Might be a
this
little
is a
weird
new.
across water here because the water is so blue. Water's not supposed to be blue, so it might work a bit oddly. But
I've never
just
seen a body of water large enough to need a navigation tool.
right. Your Bilica is different. That's right.
You're saying you have
Well,
bodies
it
of
should
water that
be
you need navigation
should be
tools
good
to.
proof that I'm not from around here.
Those were my
I-
thoughts also.
Vast, larger than covering whole countries where most of the place where I come from is mostly water with some islands.
And what is that called?
Uh well, to be honest, I'm a bit fuzzy on plains and lands and stuff. I'm from the country of Providence in the Shadowfell. I believe it is called.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Okay. With all of those like last minute notes being kind of jot down and entered into what you're going to say, we're gonna go back to what's happening with everybody else. But as you guys are there, Ariza, you take a moment to kind of just breathe and you like sit down on the bench nearby, and do you there is like a little like vent for like ventilation to like make sure the your little cell doesn't stink up. Do you kind of take a look outside at all of the
Oh yeah.
grandeur of the place?
Any look I can get, yeah.
Okay, it's like a little bit. It's like a vent above and below you. You you are able to look out, and you see that picture of this like giant, building with its circular nature, and the curved nature of the Bilican Taurus and everything. And you're reminded by Tad's words of how different it is here, especially as you chomp down on this carrot that doesn't taste like anything. And it is intriguing.
Well, regardless, Arizo keeps a smirk, a small smirk at the side of his face, and we'll pass the time by playing cards. If no one else wants to play, he'll play solitaire.
Okay, you're just like playing solitaire on a bench. You got maybe you get down on the ground like on top of this little grate that you can kind of like look down at stuff while you're playing cards a little bit. It's a really fine grate. Cool. As the next things happen, we come back to the main proceeding as the council members come out, and once again, the raconteur kind of reminds everybody who they are and everything. Starting to get a little tedious. Cool. And they start to explain. And over the course of this time, the mascots have kind of moved around as well. This yellow one has stayed put. The brown one over here has actually gone all the way over here, and the red one has also moved over here. And the mascots, as presented by those, phoning in from home, I guess, seem to be perfectly split amongst the two options here of allowing the Zodar prophecy to become legal discourse and all of the social and future legal implications of that, or keeping it as a subdominant cultural dogma and not elevating it to anything particularly special. And as the 6 factals come out, especially so the Archbishop Sterling, who's the lead factal on this, they all look pretty kind of worn out, as if they were definitely like hashing some stuff out, and they're like not totally pleased with everything. And the prophecy, the Archbishop Sterling starts is like, we have deliberated, and we will start by listing off a summary of our positions. Zvart, how about you with start? And Zvart continues like, we of the Bank of Eons and our economically minded friends believe that superstition destabilizes the economy, and that it should not be a part of legal discourse. The Everdruid Kethic states as like, as representing the Evergrove, those who appreciate nature, and also those who are a little more industrial minded. It seems that that more so than not, those who I'm representing seem to be willing to believe in such superstitions, and that maybe they should become legal discourse to aid us in future ventures. And the Archbishop Sterling kind of like definitely pumps his chest out and like seems to be really pining for this, and it's like, faith begets faith. Should we have faith in this text, we should have faith in each other. And should we have faith in our culture will have faith in us as individuals. And it is the purpose of our legal discourse to represent our factions. And as such, we should make sure that things that we believe in are represented here in our most highest of discourse. And we, as my mascot over here is showing, very much believe in that there are there's words of wisdom in the Little Red Book, and that any faith that it can provide only just further solidifies the faith of the Canal of Faiths and the Source Pack, and he kind of like ends by saying, "May the Zodar's prophecy aid everyone in their personal strife." And with that, the Arch Devil Supreme, this like size large kind of red devilish creature, physically like juxtaposing this arch bishop, counters with almost the completely opposite narrative, as he says. These are prophecies peddled by the Red Asylum. The Red Asylum is where we cast out those not fit to join our orderly society. The Red Asylum is not part of the Source Pact, even though in the past it has been given opportunity to join us. Those of the Red Asylum are gateways towards further chaotic ideals. Such as a society, we have chosen time and time again to distance ourselves from such Red Asylum nonsense. We should not peddle these prophecies in our daily lives, and we should for sure not raise them to legal discourse. And then Guildmaster Charsta can kind of says her plight for the adventurers, and it's like this particular prophecy is unique. Yes, my other factals may be discussing dogma versus discourse, but this particular prophecy in particular has a chance to unite us as explorers, as adventurers, as resource finders, as the reason that Bilica has been able to kind of amass a density among the very desperate resources of the void, and as such, I believe that bringing this to legal discourse and even potentially using it as insight into any potential quests or century quests, as will be discussed in the coming hours, would be beneficial to our society. Exploration has always given us benefits in the past, and there's no need to stop now. And then lastly, the Headmaster Spifrokri pipes up and says, "All of what has been said henceforth is true. But I, as a man of the arcane, as the leader of wizardry here in the Source Pact, believe that superstition should not have place in governments. Yes, some of these things that are stated in these prophecies are interesting and should be looked into. And they should be looked into through arcane means, through scientific method, through books and study, and interrogations, as is kind of want from future topics. But I do not believe that the Zodar prophecy should be brought to legal discourse. And with that, they have like kind of three yay and three nay, as the Archbishop Serling kind of sighs and just kind of proclaims weakly, but importantly, and states, "Oh my gosh, that, and as you've seen here, and as our mascots show, we factals of this herein Zodar trial are split upon how to proceed on this measure. As such, we have come to an agreement to postpone this this trial to further discussion at the next Sadly meeting of the Source Path. And
have they
with
maybe
that,
considered having an
as-
odd number of factals?
as this has been described, the bell tolls 1200. Bring! And at this 1200, kind of a ring of, and he says, and this herein concludes today's trial of the Zodar prophecy. Listing off this particular topic. As that happens, several things happen all at once. Okay, I'm going to go through several concurrent events that occur. Okay, let's see if I can remember them all. As the gyrospheres strike 1200, we find ourselves first zooming in on our little fairy, Frankie Five Angels. Frankie, as you're hearing all this, kind of a wave of thaumaturgy, like, voice comes over you, and you feel the nondescript ring on your finger, the stone ring, seems to tighten just a little bit, and then tighten a little more, and then a little more, and slowly becomes a little bit painful, and almost as like a soft whisper along like the end of the like thaumaturgy magic, you hear the three words kind of clipped out of the Zodar prophecy itself ring in your ears, and you can give me a religion check.
Okay. What are the 3 words? Or
Yeah. Elemental, Pathfinder's Wreath. And on Wreath, your ring kind of like squeezes against your fingers.
WREATH?
WREATH, yes.
You want me to give you a religion check?
Yeah, cool. You are kind of taken over in this moment, and you're just focusing on these words and like the kind of resolve that has occurred as the crowd around just kind of dissipates. Like there was a build up here of like what's going to be the verdict? What's going to be the verdict? This is like the hot topic issue of this trial, the namesake of the Zodar trials itself, and it has not been resolved. And okay, so that's as you're kind of holding your ring there and seemingly getting this kind of exterior motive that those 3 words seem to have an importance in this moment.
okay.
You
Am I allowed to object to the delay of the trial? I mean, how does this work?
you aren't able. Sorry, a lot of things are happening at the same time.
Okay.
While you are kind of focusing on other things, Hutar, who I don't know, Ethan's technically on this call. I don't know if he's still here, but Hutar watches as something happens to both Arbor and Morty, as the kind of the rest of as a silence falls, and then slowly like bickering and like annoyance comes out of the crowd. Hutar also takes a perception check, which I'm going to roll. Okay. And then additionally, Theo, you can take a perception check as well.
All right, 1 second. Normal.
Yeah. Okay. Theo and Hutar, you both, um, well, both of you notice that over to like the far west side of the uh of the arena, there seems to be like a whole hubbub of gasp and as there seems to be some more noises of surprise rather than annoyance over here um as a kind of originating from this point, um but kind of existing. Oh my, if I can get it. No. Oh, yes. That didn't work. Huh. Okay. Well, right here, a huge mass about like 35, maybe some odd feet across, kind of like mushrooms out of the crowd as a like pure bubble of darkness. Um uh just kind of like bubbles up. Um and people are just like trying to figure out what the heck is happening. As the same time as that occurs, um, uh, the it kind of draws focus from a lot of people, even like the few Davis that are sitting next to Hutar. But up top here, um, Arbor, you find your yourself uh, uh, almost like as you breathe in, like with the silence of that initial reaction from the crowd, um, you find it yourself just continue to breathe and breathe and breathe and not let it out. As uh as you look down at yourself, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, my best skill.
9. You can't see your own self anymore, as you have effectively become un like forced under a similar effect to the gaseous form spell.
Ooh.
As like sitting there right next to Hutar looks over at you and you just disappear uh into like thin air as you find yourself kind of amorphously floating and like mixing with the air above, and are, unlike the gaseous form spell, not totally able to uh take control of your where you're going with as much ease as that 9 on your Arcana check kind of just makes you start floating. Almost like counterposed to that, Morty, you feel a crackling sensation that is almost too familiar as
No.
you as you're there sitting on the hewn stone steps of this kind of overhanging well, not quite overhanging, you're not in the overhanging part of the kind of top booth area here. As you sit there and are just kind of like stunned by the audience like reaction to all this, you don't really know what's going on, but it's obvious like something you know uh important has occurred. You feel this almost the like stonework kind of like crackling up your body as you not only start turning into stone, but you start like melding through the stonework and like falling through the stairs that you're uh sitting on. Um give me an Arcana check as well. Okay. You reach out and kind of realize, oh no, I'm falling again. and and before the first time this happened to you, you were like unconscious, but a little thing triggers in your head, and you kind of spiritually start yearning for some way out of this just kind of falling through stone. And as fate would have it, in another part of the area over here, all alone in your little cell, Rune, you're kind of contemplating what's going on next, taking a little moment of yourself for yourself, kind of to just take a breather and like drop that facade of like friendliness that you've been able to put on and kind of take things a little more seriously. And you think back to that crucial moment of you being shot into this like lightning strike of some sort. And you think more and more that maybe it was not, maybe it was inspired by some sort of religious entity or something like that. But given what you learned from the cryptic things about Heimdall and things like that, that maybe your lightning kind of form is something truly different. As you think about what it felt like to become that like lightning bolt that struck that big etch bubble that was there at the Hexadley meeting that made such a gallant display, that kind of kicked off many of the events of his trial. As you think about it, you start turning into light. Unbeknownst to you, you do hear like as this happens, the toll of those 12 gyrosphere rings coming out. And you start turning into light, but this time, unlike before, as it was kind of one concentrated focal point, here you just become, all the different parts of you like kind of separate and start bouncing off the walls indefinitely in this kind of white walled room. And you find yourself kind of just almost exploding into into light there. As you do so, you're kind of thinking about what to do here. Give me an Arcana check. Okay, you're muted too.
Can I pray to Odin quickly before I do my Arcana check?
No, this is like a sudden.
All right. Okay. Give me a second. I gotta pull up my sheet. Arcana. It's my strength. Hey, not bad actually.
13. You also just have this feeling of like wanting to restabilize whatever this like seemingly now chaotic side of this light that before it was like an orderly way to escape, but here it just seems needlessly chaotic here. And you find it in a rock that falls from the ceiling as this like within the light that you are kind of blasting, like you can barely even see the walls around you in this little room, as this like kind of rocky form that you can just barely make out is like somewhat humanoid, like falls from the ceiling. And as the two of you kind of hit the cores of your elementally forms kind of knock together. And as the last of the 12 gyrospheres boom, boom, boom ticks off, you guys like find yourselves in like a heap on the floor, as both of you have kind of turned back into like humanoid forms. We'll touch back with that later as
Wait,
a lot more stuff.
Is Arbor still air?
Oh, there's a
Okay.
lot more. Sorry, I got ahead of
Okay.
myself.
Go.
Over in another corner of the space here. Tad, you're like in the middle of like walking uh walking away. You know, there's a our harmonium kind of over uh over here in this corner that um is like there we go. Is like sees you kind of walking away from the cell, but Tad, give me a perception check at advantage as you kind of are walking away from that conversation you just had. As you hear the 12 bell chimes go.
Oh shoot.
Well, with your, I just rolled for you.
All right.
You you are able to just barely you like hear you say goodbye to this Herender, but as you walk down the hall, you hear the sound of like water rushing down behind you, and as you turn around to like look back to the cage from like where you just left, you see a pool of water like slipping through the kind of grate in the ground, and all that's left is a singular card that was like attempted to start being played in solitaire, and it just so happens to be the ace. And
Beautiful. Yes.
Arizo.
A single ace of spades is just left in the cell.
Ace
Yes.
of spades. There you go. Arizo, you find yourself also kind of you're playing solitaire, thinking about like the difference in watercolors and all that, and kind of being reminded about it from talking to Gary. And you find yourself soon falling through the grate that you're kind of like taking this nice view through as you kind of positioned yourself to play cards here. And boom, boom, boom. Give me an Arcana check as you're falling.
Oh, Arcana, my best skill. And by that I mean my second worst skill.
Okay, you don't seem to have much say in what's happening here as you're falling. I'm going to mute you again, Gary. You fall out of your little Spelljammer car onto like the slick kind of dome of this glass here. And with a 9, you're just barely half of your watery globuleness is like going all the way down, like zooming down the glass like exterior of this edifice, and the other half is like potentially gonna hook into a like weird kind of vent looking thing that's like sticking out of a corner there. Which would you rather do? Would you rather like fall super duper far? Tell me what you want and then roll me another Arcana check at disadvantage.
I would prefer to not fall super far. And also, just to be clear, I am just completely made of water now.
Yeah.
Good. What color water? Just
like yeah, the color water that you're turning into is definitely like the lighter color of
is
water.
Blue.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Understood.
But I mean,
I don't want to fall super far. I would like to try to navigate myself towards a vent in the side here, right?
It's lighter color on the outside, but then as you like look deeper, it like gets darker closer to the center. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Cool. So you want to aim towards that vent type of thing?
Yes, I
Okay,
would.
roll for it.
This is an Arcana check.
Yeah, I'll just do a straight Arcana check, not a disadvantage. 19.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a roll.
Instead of like dripping down several stories, you fall into this vent. As you fall into this vent, you feel yourself being like sucked through like a very tiny tube, um, and through like some sort of roof system. And you instantly feel heat as you land in a room that has like a portion of it just full of fire.
Okay.
As sitting in this room with you is there's like blue cushions and a little bit of there's like a trash can with some like weird mucusy stuff in it that smells bad, and but all over the couch is just in flames. And it's interesting because this uh yeah, Argus, give me an Arcana check.
I have but one thing to say first.
Yeah. Oh, we can't hear that. Wait, I can't hear it. What is it?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Can't hear it? Okay.
Sing it.
It goes, come on, let's meet the elements. I know that you and I are made of elements.
Yep.
Here you go.
Yep.
That's the bard's reaction.
All right, fire meets water.
Actually, water met fire's puke, so we'll see. Let's see. Is this disadvantage or
No,
normal?
Yeah, you're still disadvantaged.
All right, still disadvantage.
I just land in this room and I see nothing, or
No, the room is like like a corner of it near the trash can is like entirely on fire.
oh, okay.
I think I want to use my inspiration on that.
Okay, cool.
Let's
Well,
see. Whatever, I'll just click it again and we'll see what happens. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Boom. Well,
same thing. Cool.
Good thing I only had 3 of those.
Well, 1, yeah.
I know.
The as you try and like use your inspiration on this, though, I will kind of give you probably what you don't deserve and tell you that you've tended to fire before, and there's definitely a difference between magical fire and like real fire. And one of the differences is that magical fire has a harder time like igniting things on fire, whereas like real fire like actually like burns stuff up, right? And right now you are igniting things on fire. The cushion is burning. It's like you feel like your whole self expanding, and with everything you're like eating up, you are definitely like you're like feeling more fulfilled and more consumed, and actually like eating all of this is actually kind of like somewhat helping you with your with, like your mental state, I guess. But after you're kind of expanded, this shot of like water, like a shower, like hits you and expands on top of you. And as the 12th chime tolls on this, the two of you lay on the ground with like the charred remains of like the the kind of couch there, and still the soft sounds of 2 people in the other room making out. And as the 12th toll chimes, other places stuff happens as well. Claudio,
yeah.
Are we
up
back
above,
to normal,
kind of
or are we still water on fire?
still out of view of kind of the majority of people as you're like in the press boxy or whatever you call this kind of boothy area is. You, as a 12 still chimes, turn back into your form, now floating like up near the roof. And you start falling.
Okay.
Do you do anything in that moment, or do you just take the fall damage?
Well, I don't really have like a thing to do in that
The
moment.
whip.
I mean, I can try that. Is there are there like rafters or something above me?
No, there's like a huge like geodesic dome of mirrors and like stuff above. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to see if I can like orient myself to like land on like my backpack or something with my bedroll to see if I can like help cushion the fall, but I can't really, I'm falling. I don't have magic. No feather fall for me.
Okay. Cool.
Do I see this from across
Um,
amphitheater?
with you got a really high roll, right? 23.
I think
You
so, yeah.
Yes.
with the 23, you note that not many people are looking at this as the um yeah, as like there's a little bit of chaos about, and also like it's been 12 tolls in, which like have been kind of rhythmic and taken some time. And those people that didn't see all these other crazy things happen are still just like conversing loudly with each other about the like annoyance over the trial decision.
Mhm.
But you do see this man falling 70 feet. And
Okay.
um,
Okay.
so would you please deal yourself 76 damage, fall damage?
That's
All right.
hmm.
I am
22 damage.
I am not knocked unconscious because I had some good water. I had some good water that would have knocked me unconscious if I didn't, but I've had some good water in the past that gave me a little bit of temp HP, so I just hit the ground and eat shit.
You hit the ground and eat shit, and definitely like some of the dabbas next to you like are like what like confused, and they start hovering out of their chairs and like going back towards like the back of here, kind of just being defensive, knowing that they're not, in their home. Don't know what's going on. Theo, you and Hutar also see out of the darkness here, the darkness like dissipates into like a cloaked figure of some kind. And a couple people like start pointing, but then other people are like, I don't know what's going on. And that cloaked figure like runs through an opening here and like seems to like run away um, out of like out of the central stair court area, like over where the concessions ration area is. Cool. Okay. In all of this, we're not gonna like do combat or anything, but just to see which part of the story we're gonna talk about first. Let's get each of the pairs or singletons to like just roll initiative, and we'll just use that for
Wow. I literally have advantage on initiative and I will do twos.
What a waste of a crit. Oh my goodness.
Too late.
Why couldn't I have had that on any of the conditions I failed the last 6 rolls?
Oh my god, there's a lot.
Motherfucker.
Why is there
Feels
so much?
bad.
That's all the storylines, right? Or I guess
Okay.
technically Arizo and Argus are a combined storyline, right?
Mhm.
There would
Okay,
be
so I'm gonna write this down. We're gonna do
Firewater.
Argus and Arizo, and then Theo, and then what? Well, what about Gary? Gary, you got to roll too.
Oh, so just to be clear, is the darkness patch or whatever that appeared, is that gone? as the cloaked shadowy figure runs away? Or is it still like a large void? Okay.
Yeah, it's gone.
So he chose now as the time to run get a churro. Is that what I'm understanding? He went to the concession stand.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
shoot! I forgot my snack.
Um.
Can you get me some milk duds?
So, sorry, remind me, who all turned into what?
Oh, I
Okay.
got this. Okay, so you turned into water. Argus turned into
Yep.
fire. I turned into air. That's what I'm gonna call
Got
it.
it. Yep.
And Morty, Eric's character turned into earth or stone. And Rune or Adam or the Darren's character turned into light / lightning, kind of a ambiguous combination of both.
Got it. Okay, got it. That I was forgetting what Rune turned into.
And
Lightning.
and
Got it.
mystery cloaked figure turned into darkness. So if you want to use a magical number that there's a theme in this campaign, there are 6 people who did a thing.
The rule of 6.
Asa
Life
didn't
there
turn
is
into
one.
dust.
If you would like some superstition
I have my
numbers,
bets on you becoming dust.
Yeah, 6.
Speaking
the
of
6. So, yeah,
all of those
backwards.
characters, Rune, Arizo, Morty, Argus, and Arbor, as all of you guys are like coming back into your physical forms, as that last bell chimes, you all, unbeknownst to each other, get a very similar vision, very quick, somewhat nondescript, but similar. You see effectively 6 balls of elemental chaos. You see that each of them are kind of in a shape that is, if you were to take a d6 and put a spear on the face of each of the d6's sides, that is the orientation of all these balls. And so around kind of the latitude of it all, we have your earth, fire, wind, air, water. These sorts of things are given kind of like a elemental capacity. And
would you say we have a cubic face-centered lattice?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's for all you chemists out there.
Yep. And as each of these orbs kind of gets close and intermingles with the other ones, they start creating small bits of crossover. As the air comes with the fire kind of crescendos and things like that. But this vision happens fast enough that you're not really able to take all that in. But this kind of geometric contraption spins in front of you, and the light and the dark on either side kind of pull on the elements as well. And as this kind of spins around, the each of you, your vision lands on one of these orbs in center focus as you wake up, uniquely to you. So Rune, you land on kind of the light, the orb just full of radiance. Arizo, yours is full of murky water, being kind of with a vibrant, multicolored kind of entity. And Morty, yours is full of stone, be it all of the different manners of earth, of dirt, of stonework, of cities like this, or of kind of the rocks of mountains and things like that, and caverns and dungeons and things. Arbor, you get yours is of of air, of wind sweeping across nothingness, of kind of whispers and yeah, and last but not least, I guess, Argus, you find yourself just staring into like fire, also having somewhat of a multicolored nature to it. Cool. As you guys all wake up, kind of some of you dogpiling on each other, let's go into what you guys choose to do in these coming moments. Cool. So first one that we got, well, the first one I'm gonna do is hopefully with Frankie, and because he says he has to leave soon. But we'll see. Arbor, well, let's see. Is Frankie there? Can we do Arbor first?
Wait, I was about to leave because the but I could stay for 5-10 more minutes.
Yeah. So Arbor falls down right next to you and takes like 22 fall damage right next to you as Hutar kind of rushes over and probably does some sort of healing, I assume.
Can I take a second wind breath to
yeah, you can take a second one. Which is like, what?
Max rolling second wind.
Let's go, max roll. Okay. He's like, oh my god. Well, you took
That's
that
a
fall actually
hype roll.
pretty good.
Stop! Don't cast any spells on me, Hutar.
What the heck happened? Barry, why didn't you catch him?
What, me? He's too big.
Huh.
That is true.
Arbor.
Yeah.
I was kind of trying not to make like this kind of a scene. Like sometimes the scene is okay, but this is
I swear, I don't know what happened. If it was my choice, I wouldn't float up 70 feet in the air and fall back down. I mean, I was just hoping to, I don't know, just get out of here. But then I just poofed. I just poofed into some air.
Mm-hmm. And you see like a harmonium guy.
Okay.
Like,
I actually have to go. So just play Frankie for me, okay? I'll be back in an hour.
Sounds good. I'll play 2 characters. Cool. So Hutar is a little bit annoyed. But a harmonium guy comes over and is like, sir, I don't know if you read the rules on missives or the many notes about, but no, you're not from here, but magic is frowned upon here in the halls. We don't want to scare anybody. So whatever. I'm not a magician, but we're thunderstep or whatever you're doing. Up into the air, quite a show. But sorry, it's policy. I'm gonna have to take you out of seating here.
Yeah. I think I'm done here too. And like Arbor's still a little discombobulated because he just in like a small time span floated up and then smacked back down to the ground. So
got it. Hutar is not intending to like get involved with harmonium. Actually, kind of like stays silent in a moment here. But Frankie, kind of looking around and seeing that like the harmonium are taking you away. He's like kind of just offers to help. Not also kind of searching for Morty, figuring he probably left somewhere. Cool. And a sort of division occurs here. as you guys are brought just up to the top here towards this office area to talk about what you did, I guess. While Hutar is left there trying to figure out what is up. Cool. And with that being said,
Well, you might say that Arbor was up.
there you
I was
go.
up and now I'm down.
Yep.
Hey,
Hutar
you're
is
not down,
I'm
Hutar-
down, not down.
Mr. Second Wind.
Take a short rest real quick.
yeah.
You became the wind, and then you had a second wind.
Hutar then looks to where the guard that just left was at, which is he was posting up at like a fire exit down to the other levels, which is currently open and unguarded. And Hutar considers potentially casting a little magic of his own, even though was just told not to potentially look like a guard and try and make his way to go find Asa or Theo. Cool. And I'm gonna say, for the sake of story and railroading, because players aren't here, I'm just gonna do that. So Hutar is going to
An idea for gesturing to like a reason that I'd want Hutar to come here. If you wanted me to do that real quick.
Okay, yeah, sure.
As I see everything going down,
Uh-huh.
Theo's initial thought was like, he doesn't know that there's like the six and the different elements going on. He just sees a shadowy figure in a cloak run the other way after hurting his friend. So Theo's instinct is to go find the hooded figure. So he was gonna try and point, like, get Hutar's attention and then point at the hooded figure and then go run for it.
Hutar has definitely been like eyeing you, seeing where you were seating, and he sees that the hooded figure's running towards the pedestrian exit, seemingly, and so he tries to go get down the stairs. And so he disguises himself with a little bit of magic, taking a decent stealth check there. It's a 19 on the dice. Is it? Yeah. Wow.
Nice.
And oh yeah, after modifiers. And then he's going to kind of go through that door that Frankie and Morty came through and find his way downstairs. So we'll see what happens then. Okay, going I guess staying with that narrative. What is well, let's start off with what's happening in the powder room with our not the two lovers on the other side of the wall.
You're so funny.
He was fire. He was water. They crashed into each other.
What a meet cute.
They ended up laying on the sofa together. What can we say?
As you guys are like there in this like charred room together with no one else, having like a moment of privacy, what are you guys doing?
So I didn't.
Argus is gonna
I'm
go.
not seeing things, right? I'm not seeing things, right? You are fire just now.
I guess so. I thought I was seeing things. You were water?
I'm gonna look at my hand. Not anymore. I guess.
Argus is gonna look at all of his look at his whole body. Is there anything like any of his trinkets or anything that were burned?
Anything that you were like didn't have on your person was burned. So like let's say there was something that you like had put off to the side because you accidentally vomited on it or something. All that's burned. But besides
nothing on my person.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Argus is gonna look around. He's gonna pull out Oh, what's his name? Tim? I think it's Tim.
Tim the goldfish.
Yeah. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's Tim.
What is this in?
Oh,
It's
where is it?
like have a random like.
It's I think it's Tim. Don't forget to feed him.
There you go.
Oh, Ted. Ted, make sure he gets fed. I'm gonna pull out Ted. Just shake the glass a little bit, make sure he's okay, and then put it just kind of fold him back into my well, not robe, my tunic. Be like, how much bub did you drink?
Bub? What is bub? When I get really drunk, it's usually after a few bottles of rum.
Wait a minute. You know rum.
Yes,
You're
it's just the best drink where I'm from.
you're not from here either, are you?
No.
Who?
Could this be
Well,
have
I'm
something to do with
Argus.
why we're
First of
turning?
all, who are you?
Oh, Arizo Naranja, at your service. He'll give it like a deep bow and tip his hat and then reach out a hand.
Nice to meet you, Arizo. And Argus will shake the hand with his trunk.
Good. You think this has something to do with us turning into fire and water? That was weird. I don't want that to happen again. That was
Yeah,
not something I wish to experience again.
I wasn't a fan of that either. Did you notice it was right when the bells chimed?
Could I hear the bells chime from my cell, Zach?
Yeah, probably. You could actually
Okay.
probably hear it better than anyone else. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think the clock was right near the room I was in. So yeah, I heard it very loudly. He's gonna like kind of do the cartoon squeaky in the ear thing.
Oh boy. Well, man, normally after something like this, I'd need a bite to clear my head, but none of the food here is worth any salt.
You're not hungry either.
So it's not just me.
This place is weird. We should find a way to get out of here.
Agreed. Well, the way that I came in was through some sort of gate teleport device, or not a device, a room from the Adventurers Guild. Do you know anything about this place? Let me guess. You arrived a day and a half ago.
I'm gonna squint. How do you figure that?
Technically, at this point, it's almost like 2
Almost
days.
2 days.
Yeah.
Well,
Whatever.
Time has passed for the trials. Yeah.
Yeah.
I washed up. A moment of realization comes on his face. I washed up on the shore out of the water.
Yeah, and I sprung forth from a fireplace.
This is
There's
weird.
there's another I just met. His name's Theo. He claims to have known me in the past, but also maybe in the future. I'm not sure. But he said he said as well, a day and a half ago he reappeared in this world.
I'm gonna pull out my bag of carrots that I have and start looking through it. No, this isn't laced.
Still
with
a
anything.
carrot? Also a carrot?
This isn't laced with anything. So sometimes the crew would play tricks and lace things, and you're seeing things for a day.
I know.
But
I've
no,
never had any.
I'm not. I ain't seeing things. This is just.
Look, I met some mushrooms
Just
earlier,
happening.
but I've never had any mushrooms that good.
Okay.
Ah, boy. Well,
Well,
where exactly do you come from? Are you also from Hofborough?
no, I'm from Providence. It's a country in uh, a different world. I most folk around here haven't heard of it. It I don't even really know how it works, but it's a different kind of plane, I guess. I only
Right.
vaguely know.
I
Called
I
the Shadowfell.
imagine I'm in the same position as you.
Argus, you actually have heard of the Shadowfell before. You've heard of several like adventurers that have touted fanciful stories coming through, have told tales of like adventurers going to the Shadowfell for like various quests and things. Yeah.
I've heard stories mentioned of the Shadowfell. Are
You're the
you at all
first
familiar with
person
it?
here. I live there.
Interesting.
I
I've only
I
met
sailed at the Mirkwood Sea. That's primarily where I sail.
The stories you've heard of the Shadowfell have all been like, um, about a place that's very dark and has low levels of light and shadows split around every corner. But you don't attribute it to like having water as much. Like the stories you're used to aren't at least that part of the Shadowfell or something like that. Yeah.
Is the Shadowfell a dangerous place or a scary place as you remember it? All the tales that I've heard are of danger and mystery lurking in every corner.
That is pretty accurate.
Oh boy.
Well, there seems to be a shadowy monster around every corner. But the more common folk, I've heard here, folk like us and others referred to as more monster races. Well, where I'm from, we're the normal folk.
Right. True. I have yet to see a rabbit folk, whatever race you are.
Yeah,
that works. I don't really. Yeah.
The two of you do realize that you're like monstrous races in this, civilization that's mostly not such creatures.
Other monsters.
As you guys are conversing, you can faintly hear, especially you, Jacob, after you, squeaked your ears a little bit, that the raconteur is kind of saying some stuff out in the proceedings as the next trial continues, and they seem to kind of keep the audience's focus off of whatever stint was pulled in the audience, kind of leaving the harmonium guards to deal with any ne'er-do-wells who might try and abrupt or mess with the proceedings, and seem to be moving on to the next topic that has started now at noon, of the punishment of the Heralds of Havoc. Yeah.
Okay then. So you're here watching these trials.
Look, I came for the party last night. I have been bored to tears at these trials. There's supposed to be something about an adventure call or what was the word?
Sentry quest.
A sentry quest. that I was waiting to hear about.
I vaguely heard about that. Um, don't know too much about it though. There's some
Well,
prophecy I vaguely heard about, but you know, I've been.
you mean the Zodar prophecy? They just read it off.
Did I hear it, Zach?
Yeah, you
Would-
would have heard it.
Oh, I was able to hear it. Okay.
I mean, they're like blasting this stuff everywhere.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure because I didn't. Okay. Okay. Hey, wasn't there some line in there about elemental pathfinders or something like that?
The once elemental pathfinder's wreath.
Well,
And suddenly Argus is going to distinctly remember the entire prophecy.
Hey, I mean, our
What'd you say?
an elephant never forgets.
an elephant never forgets. Yep.
Once elemental pathfinder's wreath, pathfinders, I assume that's us. Aftershock flog fissures astral bequeath. No idea what that means. Gates outside blankets cure beneath. Who was it? Theo had mentioned that the gates might be like portals, something like that. And it ends with
Well, then we can get
weave
home.
frayed plagued pasts will finally sheath.
Look,
Okay.
your guess is as good as mine. All right. I just
I know,
want, I just
right?
want to.
With that,
Let's
are you
find those portals. Sounds great. They might get us back home. So
as you hear, as
I'm
Arizo,
with you there.
as you hear the ramping up of like this next stage of the trial, are you gonna try and get out of this room, or are you guys gonna just hang out here and talk more?
Where are you? Are you gonna go back and watch trial or?
Oh, well, there's some seats next to us if you want to. I mean, if you want to join, I might as well hear whatever this sentry quest is. Maybe it's a
Sure.
good way to find a
I'm-
portal again.
I'm a little curious about what will happen in this next trial. For no particular reason, just the havoc sounds odd. You know,
Right.
Okay, as
What
you guys
a-
leave, you kind of just nonchalantly come out of the bathroom and make your way.
yeah. I'm limping and leaning on my cane.
Okay, yeah. Dressed in your kind of like unique garb, you fit in with like the adventurers here.
Yep.
And in the
Also,
just-
Theo will
I'm
not
just
have waited.
I'm just
there.
following Argus.
yeah, Theo, you notice that Theo's not there, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, Argus, as you get back,
Right.
that Theo's no longer there.
All right. Well, I'm just
I
gonna
will
sit.
I will whisper to Argus. Yeah, I think we maybe should look for more elemental type folk. I know there's more than just 2 elements.
What makes you think there's more than 2?
Well, the stories I heard, there's at least like fire, water, earth, and air.
You had the vision too.
No.
Okay.
Did you have a vision?
I did. As I transformed between myself and the flame, I had a vision of 6 elements, just as you described.
As you guys,
Can I interject real quick?
yeah, as you guys are like just getting to this part of the conversation, you're like walking around in deeper public now. I don't know if you want to keep talking about this, but
we should keep it.
But you see
Maybe
Io, this water genasi, like calls over to you. Argus is like, "Hey, Argus, I see you trying to look good for the ladies, huh? Um, you're that the guy you were talking to said he left, by the way. Just
Huh. Oh, that's a shame.
he
All right,
was
well, open, and I turn over to Arizo. Well, open seat.
And I would have said specifically the direction I headed in as well.
Yeah, he was saying he was going towards like the exit or something down below, but yeah. I mean,
Oh,
you guys seem to be gelling pretty well. Is that why you went to the powder room to kind of make yourself look presentable?
oh no, I was feeling the bub.
Oh, okay.
I'm also a teenager, a young teenager.
I don't know. He's not judging.
Well, welcome to Bilica.
Oh, welcome to Bilica. Yeah.
Okay.
We do things a little different around here.
As you sit down, now in the audience, there, this Herringer kind of amongst, still very much out of place, the two of you as monstrous races, but amongst the adventurers, you kind of fit in a little bit better than the rest of the crowd. And you guys sit down, and as Arizo says, "Well, this next topic should be quite interesting." We smash cut over to Gary, who is about to go like open and get you from your cell, and heard that like water sound happening. Gary, what are you doing at this moment?
Well, I look for Arizo.
All you find is like little drip of water that becomes like drips off, and then there's no water left, as if like interestingly it didn't separate. It kind of kept it as one entity, and then a singular card, the Ace of Spades, there.
I yell for the guards.
Okay. Yeah, you do your service and yell for the guards, and the harmonium
Also,
come rushing in on cue.
And I scream, what the hell happened to the prisoner in this cell?
Jacob, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, what stuff does Gary still have? Some of my stuff, like he has the navigator's tools,
Yeah,
and the eye patch and the breastplate, right?
yeah, he has anything that he took. Yeah.
I have
Okay,
the cards, except for the one, I guess.
Yep, the one card that is now on the bench. Oh, so I wasn't actually playing cards because Gary had them, so never mind about that. But
You might have had
one
like
card.
You might have palmed some of the cards instead of giving him the whole deck.
Well, you kept one.
I kept the one, and that one is now sitting on the bench.
There you go. Yeah. Cool. Tad, give me a persuasion check with advantage, as you were the last person to be talking to this person. And so like, but then you also are the one that called out for the guards. So who knows what's going on with all that. Okay. Yeah, with advantage there with 18. The harmonium guards come rushing in. They're like, what happened? You called? And then a third one comes like rushing out. And he's like, "Oh my god, did you guys just see that? That stupid rabbit monster guy just like turned into water. I thought we had some like arcane, restrictions on these things. But no anti-magic usage or anything fired." And yeah, it's like, what?
So I yell at him, what the hell does that mean? That he turned into water.
I mean, he turned into water. That's what was shown on the Eye of Seeing that we have in there. And with that, Tad, you start hearing over the loudspeaker basically the like Zodar, the next trial starting, which you're supposed to be at, and you're currently now late to. And you see the other a fourth harmonian soldier kind of comes out, not recognizing this, and with his buddy, and is like, "Oh, I thought we were supposed to be on taking the prisoners out. Or you want to help us, or it's time."
I say, come with me, and I go out to the trial.
Okay, cool. So you take all four of these herald guys come with various harmonium guys, and you go out towards the trial there. Cool. As you go, you kind of flit about with your new earring there, as you make your way through the halls and arrive a little bit late. You feel kind of bad about having such a stain on your like kind of appearance there, but you managed to meet up with Dan Daniels again, as you're interestingly representing like two somewhat opposing views here, as you get to your next location. And as you're walking through the corridor there, let us cut over to our other two mismatched souls. This are what entails as Rune and Morty kind of wake up next to each other, and Rune, you find a second person here inside your cell with you.
Yeah, hey there. Where'd you come from? I got blasted into light again, and I wake up and you're there. Who are you?
I came through the ceiling. I got turned to stone. I'm Morty.
Stone. How do you do, Morty? How does a stone get through the ceiling? The ceiling's, what is it made of? I guess it's made of stone.
I just sort of turned to stone and fell through. It's happened before, I think. I think it's not going to be the end of it.
When you say this has happened before, is this something that happens all the time? Like, do you regularly turn to stone?
No, I think just once before, but I disappeared from where I was last time. I guess I disappeared again, but this time I didn't travel as far.
You're not sure about that. You don't even know where you are. You could be in a totally new world now.
Where are you from? I mean, the ceiling is not a very specific place to be from.
The last time you fell, you also fell from the ceiling.
Earlier today I was traveling to the Zodar trial. I was from the Little Fae.
Right, Zodar. Okay, yeah. Well, you're still in the same place. Well, not exactly.
You sigh with relief as you're not in a completely new world this time, at least. Yeah.
Anyhow, yeah, they're gonna have a Zodar trial, and then after which they're fixing to hang me, is what my guess is.
But wait, if you're turning into light and I'm turning into stone, they're probably gonna try me too. I'm gonna end up in this cell. Just
Well,
after
I wouldn't assume that. They don't seem to have a regular form of justice here. They just seem to randomly assign different people different responsibilities. For all I know, they'll think you're some kind of hero for keeping me from escaping or something. Anyhow,
Speaking of,
yeah, I'm guessing that you must be another elemental pathfinder, which is I kind of thought there were more than one of them, but I never thought they would just drop in from the ceiling like that. Now I just gotta be careful where I step. I might step into one anywhere. As there might be earth there. Well, I guess you're earth, so that would be. Let's see. There's light, and then there's earth, and then there's beer, and
I don't think
laughter.
beer is one of them.
What?
I'm doubtful that beer is one of them.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's just earth and light and laughter.
Laughter.
Yeah, that's well, we had 4 elements, but you said beer isn't one of them. So now we're down to 3.
This seems to be adding up in some perspective, but not in mine.
Oh, what well, what kind of elements do you have?
I don't really have elements. I'm not from here. This is, you said I'm a pathfinder. What's that mean?
Well, see, the Zodar had a prophecy, and he said that elemental pathfinders would come to a wreath, like Bilica. It's kind of a wreath. And I'm an elemental pathfinder, and they're going to put me on trial for that, on account of I disrupted some sort of meeting that they was having, and then none of them believe I'm from somewhere else. And they, well, yeah. So Zodar prophecy, yeah, elemental pathfinder. Ah, that's it. The Zodar prophecy talks about elemental pathfinders, but there's a letter S. Now that's plural where I come from. That means there's more than one of us. And so by that, I reckon sometime around, well, it's noon now. So it's 3 days ago, exactly at noon is when I showed up. 2 days ago. 2 days ago at noon is when I showed up. And that's when the elemental pathfinders showed up. So I reckon there'll be others.
Well, I showed up at about the same time, so I'm sure there'll be more. This is unbelievable. You're the first person to give me some straight answers around here. You said you're on trial. Is there any way I could influence the outcome somehow? Is there something I can do to help you? I don't want you to.
I imagine if you tell them that you're also an elemental pathfinder, then that would lead credence to my story, but it'd probably get you thrown in jail. Now, jail's not a very good place to go. Well, it's not going to bother me much on account of, you go to jail, someone shivs me in jail, I just end up back in Asgard. So, it's not really that big a problem for me. But I think that, for a young person like yourself, you want to avoid jail. So I don't know what you're going to tell them, but we're kind of in a prison cell right now. There's going to be a difficult time trying to explain to the guard where you came from or why you're in jail. Unless you want to hide under the cot or something, you could try that. I don't know.
As you guys do, as you say that, you hear like a sizzling sound that was kind of permeating that you guys kind of just mistook for just being background stop. And then like from like several rooms over, you hear like a, what the heck? Now there's 2 of them. What? The feed went all white for some reason. And you hear some like shuffling down.
That'd be your cue. I would say that it's too late for you to hide. I think we got to come up with a better story now. Just tell them that you're an elemental pathfinder and you came through the stone. They'll believe that just as well as they'll believe anything else.
See no
Which is to
reason
say,
lie
they
to
won't
them.
believe any of it.
Cool. As all of that's going down, we're gonna switch scenes to what's happening elsewhere. But consider what you guys are gonna do. Okay. I'm gonna wait on resolving what happens to Hutar and Theo, because soon, by the time Ace says you have to go, Ethan will be back, and there might be like a 15-minute window there to do that. The okay, let's just continue with the Zodar trials here as other things are going on. The for those still in the room here, which isn't really anyone, but you guys are kind of hearing it on the loudspeakers. Well, I guess Argus and Arizo, the double A's of the A family, are Argus, Arizo, Arbor. Yeah, they are. You guys are proceeding here. The trial, as the various different testimonial people and defensive order representatives take their seats, the Raconteur kind of does some wordsmithing to kind of appease tensions of people who were kind of alarmed by the spell cast, and saying, this is just a reminder that spell casting is sort of frowned upon here in the Hollow Speakers, and especially those spells cast by people in the audience will be they'll be booted out via the pedestrian entrance out into the Canal of Fates. Sorry, but given the nature of these trials, safety is important. So take care to thank your harmonium guards all around for keeping us all safe, and kind of like takes a little note of that. And then the trial begins as the different witnesses start kind of sitting down. We have the Red Warden, we have the Herald, Harold Spice from the Roar and Relish. We have Bilica, Do back on the scene to give us the Davos perspective. We even have Captain Frigg Idshock from the Harmonium Guards themselves, kind of whispering to the Raconteur to, as she enters, to like help them give that kind of safety speech. And then we have Source Farmers with Dan Daniels here with Tad, and there are various Harmonium guards that also come out two on one in the back of the seats here to sit down the various Heralds of Havoc, all of which have wearing the garb that they were in when captured at the Hexadley meeting when the terrorist attack occurred, which some of them have kind of like painted red little things of like shrapnel and steel and stuff coming together to create a kind of haphazard armor of sorts. And while they don't have the weapons on them, one of the Harmonium is coming out with like a little exhibit of what the weapons look like, and they're like, also haphazardly nature, and like they were using a lot of fire weapons as well.
They've brought out all of the Heralds of Havoc. Yes. Mm-hmm. All of them are there.
Yes. You note that as they come out, the Factals start kind of talking softly to each other, like murmuring, obviously something like a little up, and they but then the raconteur is like six I am just receiving news that that while we originally captured 6 members of the Heralds of Havoc, it seems due to their chaotic nature, one of the 6 took their life in the Grix prison, and it seems that per what I've just heard from the harmonium passing through here, the 6th one seems to also have kind of turned themselves into nothingness. Sadly, this is the nature of the chaos that the heralds live life through. We're being a little bit opinionated here, interestingly, in this moment. Should kind of that they give the floor over to the Archbishop Supreme, who kind of starts off and is in his like gruff tone, kind of his big, thick red arms like shuffling papers on the desk and getting ready to kind of start his topic. The topic of the punishment of Heralds of Havoc comes to order here just after 1200. I, the lead speaker of Fractal Dominion, the Arch Devil Supreme, Lord of the Supremacy, I hereby wish for these heralds herein, and might I say, all heralds participating, who participate in the terrorism that are caught henceforth, should be captured for their acts of terrorism and sentenced to life sentences at Grix prison, with the option for voluntary death, as we've already seen some of them have chosen. After the council sees fit, though, that their possible interrogation is no longer of use, as the means of the terrorism are still under investigation. The kind of the whole thing slowly begins to unfold as the Archdevil Supreme continues to extrapolate and explain who's here in testimony, and the testimony begins. The at this point, okay, each, yeah, yes. At this point, the Archdevil Supreme starts off with, as many of you have noted, these here anarchists attacked our source pact. They attacked the leaders of the source pact, and at our clandestine meeting. And while such an attack does show aptitude and potential, it is a common practice in supremacy, at least, for those who take such actions and do not reign supreme, that they should be smited and stopped at all costs for their weakness. For weakness should be wrought out of our system. And as he kind of extrapolates on this, he then continues about the order of all these things. We will now be hearing testimony from Frigg Idshok about the nature of the attack, specifically on the monks herein on the Hexadley meeting. And the nature of the events therein will be the core topic for discussion. Yes, the heralds did attack the Testine, as many know, and even the gyrosphere of the monks of meeting. Yet we were not able to get any prisoners from those attacks, as we were not as prepared. So Frigg Idshok basically explains how during the Hexadley meeting, a giant bubble was so welcomely made across the meeting to protect everybody. And there was all these defense measures in place that she was a part of. And Headmaster Spurfroki made the void glyph, a quite crafty one at that. But then a giant lightning strike, and she kind of implies that it was almost brought on a bringing of light, if you will, a light bringer, as she kind of lets that word sink in, came and disrupted our defenses and kind of heralded in the Herald of Havoc attack, which brutally attacked from all sides with a yet unseen organization for a anarchist community. And with that, she kind of ends her testimony and is thanked for it. And then Archdevil Supreme then goes on to talk about the Dabus and the Roar and Relish, and they explain about how they were, how horrible the attacks were. And the Archdevil Supreme not only allows them to explain how, they were attacked, but also how easy it was once people got their wherewithal to kind of squash the attack, especially even he says something like even the monstrous race of Leonian soldiers of the Roar and Relish were able to take down such heralds of havoc. They are by no means a supreme, hold any supremacy in combat. And with that though, we then come to the source farmer Dan, who also gives testimony of is also told to give testimony. And in that, Gary, it is your turn to speak. I would like you to note that the Red Warden has yet to speak after you. Do you want to provide any testimony to support Dan Daniel and the source farmers? You're muted, so I don't know. Mm-hmm. Okay. As Tad kind of takes in a moment to collect himself, being muted and all, I guess I will proceed with story somehow.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Tad is here.
So I stand up and say, the Heralds of Havoc, what a miserable lot. Not one should be given a care about whatsoever. All of them should rot in Grick's prison forever. We have all seen them. We have all heard stories of how they abuse someone we know. There's not one redeeming quality any of them have. If anyone here wants to stand up and say a single kind word, please do so now.
Everyone, socially obligated, is taken aback by you asking this of the audience or whatever, and people don't really know what to do there. And in the confusion, a sufficient amount of moment passes where you feel like you should continue.
So I say, with that being said, I don't believe that one is a herald of havoc. However, extraordinary events have taken place that I can't quite explain and would like to present. And I call the guards to testify.
For what?
To the event that I asked them, where's the fourth or the
Fifth.
Is it
Yeah.
the fourth prisoner?
Yes. So in this moment, you kind of broach this subject, and the Red Warden kind of steps on your toes and stands out and is like, "Yes, excuse me, Tad Toad. No offense to your defensive order methods, but I must request, as a representative here, an ambassador of the Red Asylum, where is the monster raced fellow, the Herald of Havoc that led the charge on me and the other ambassadors outside of the Source Pact. He was last I knew he was acquired by you all know, and she kind of continues and is like, all this pageantry and pomp and circumstance is all fine and well, but it's only good if done on facts. And it seems to me like you aren't playing all of your cards. And she kind of like like, sure, one of the Heralds of Havoc mysteriously killed themselves in a prison. Maybe it's because you put them in prisons instead of letting them lead their own lives out in the Red Asylum. There is much uncertainty here, and the Source Pact is not presenting the best of faces. Not only is the Zodar trials here a way to unify the Source Pact, but I believe its intention was also to quell the despairs and disgruntlement of us neighboring factions, and the presentation herein does not help in that manner. Yeah, it's like, sorry, I give back the floor to you.
I beg your pardon, Red Warden. I understand completely what you are saying, but I must tell you, extraordinary circumstances have occurred that I wish to explain to all the people.
Okay. What do you say? What do you wish to explain?
I speak of well, let's see. I know that he's the one that supposedly attacked the Red Warden, right?
Yes.
So I say I speak of the one that attacked you.
The Warden. Yes. The Warden attacker. You know that she distinctly doesn't say. She distinctly doesn't say Warden killer, but just Warden attacker. Yeah.
So I asked if he sees them or she sees them among the defendants.
If my memory serves, which I never aim to forget a face, at least, the Heralds of Havoc that were within my field of view upon that fateful day, that fateful hour, were led by a pointy-eared fellow in a kind of dark, fashionable visage, notably distinct from the red kind of painted armor of these four individuals here. Where is this, this warden attacker who led the charge?
As he says pointy-eared fellow, I just take a glance over at Arizo. It doesn't register, but just for fourth wall purposes.
Cool. Tad, you find yourself in an interesting predicament as you've kind of broached this subject that the raconteur, like at the beginning of this, attempted to make not maybe something that needed to be said, but by broaching the subject, you've kind of now are on the side of the Red Warden, asking, like, what's up with this system, and the raconteur is kind of looking at you, like giving you some physical nod to like go on and kind of tell your plight. Obviously, you know something. Yeah.
So I say, so I tell them I've brought the guards who were guarding this individual. I would like to let them tell you their story.
Okay. And he says, and so one of the harmonium does step forward. It's like, hi, sorry, thanks for making my my moment of my most stressful moment today so plainly spoken before every single person here in this room. Yes, I was doing my job, as Frida Ikshak can explain, making sure that checking all of the arcane runes and seeing stones to see that our here prisoners spell gemmed from the Grix prison were waiting and ready for this hearing trial. But as of just mere minutes ago, one of the cells was filled to the brim with water, and I believe that one of the Heralds of Havoc drowned themselves. Mm-hmm. And let's just say he's no longer here. And you hear gasps from the audience. It's like, you made the escape? So excited!
You're saying he drowned himself today?
Sorry?
I asked the guard. You're saying he drowned himself today? In the back room? Under lock and key?
I just saw water, sir. I don't, and you hear Frid Ikshak kind of steps up to the plate. It's like, my harmonium guard here is just doing his job. If anything,
I believe that
bad had happened, let it be on my, let it be a blame on me for our prestigious harmonium security system. Yeah.
Well, if he drowned, where's his body?
And as all of this kind of, there starts to be some questions, and it becomes a little less civilized and professional of a discourse here. The archdevil like kind of sways to the side, raising his voice and like, needless to say, I'm sure Frid Igshok, you may be expended at once to go deal with the situation. Thank you for your testimony. Regardless of how this warden killer, as he kind of gives a sly nod to the Red Warden, managed to kill himself, it only further shows the chaotic nature of the Heralds of Havoc, and the fact that they find themselves so impunitive that they'd take their own life. And with that, kind of steers the situation back into the hands of everything, and the like chaos and murmur of everybody like around like conspiracy theorying and everything that's now like been cast not only through the like many people watching here, but everyone listening at home through the Lilitheric network, kind of casting a shade of doubt on the security system of the Harmonium, the like symbol of the Source Pact, and the unification of like the various different factions. Had you kind of, it starts to set in that what you kicked off here has could potentially have kind of some severe ramifications on your reputation. The kind of the arch devil supreme here continues on. It's like, Red Warden, regardless of the fate of the Warden killer, do you have any more testimony to conscribe? Our hour of testimony is almost up, and we still must hear from the Herald, as even though they are charged, they still have voices. And the Warden's is like, just the system that allowed for such a Herald of Havoc attack is broken. That's all I have to say. And yet another reason why the Red Asylum remains outside of the Source Pact. And then kind of relinquishes the floor, and trying to kind of move on from the chaos here, understanding that, you know, order is important. The Archdevil Supreme kind of gives the floor to the Heralds of Havoc, saying, "Of you four herein destined for imprisonment, questioning, and potential death, do you have any words or any testimony for why the Heralds of Havoc would want to attack us here in the Source Pact?" And all four of them start talking at the same time, and several of them, all of them, just kind of using their own languages, as they're all like kind of shown. And does anybody speak Dwarvish, Sylvan, what is it, Ignin, or what is it, Draconic? Out of
No.
all listed here, I think the only person would be Frankie speaks Sylvan, I believe. But okay, well, Frankie hears from the centaur as he like parses through the intercoms that are coming on. Well, his fate still yet unknown by our story as it has progressed this far. And he hears the centaur kind of speaking of, as a steadfast sensate, all experiences must are valid and must be pursued to find true kind of place and meaning in in the experiences of life, and all experiences include that of havoc. Needless to say, each of us join the anarchy of the flow in our own paths, and unlike you ordered folk who think of chaos as a stain upon upon your systems, anarchism believes in true chaos, and true chaos also encapsulates moments of order. Our true purpose is beyond even our comprehension. And she just starts like spouting little like pulpy.
That's an interesting way to say you don't have a purpose.
And cool. With that said, the Archdevil kind of Supreme shuts them up, like using them as kind of examples, like, listen, one and all, even when given a simple question, these anarchists talk over each other and fight between themselves for a voice. It's clear that their system has no place here in the orderly society of the Source Pact. At that, he's like, Harmonium, thank you for your service. You may now bring the prisoners back to their cells, as it is time for our discussion here. And like very quickly, even like before the chimes toll for 1300.
Well, I want to make another point. Ted.
Okay.
I say, now listen. This. Wait. Let me see. This other entity. I also represent the Lightbringer, and I interviewed all involved. And this Arizo, his story is remarkably similar to that of the Lightbringer. Now, I'm not saying they know each other or knew each other. I'm just saying they came here from a very far away land through some kind of portal.
As you start speaking a little bit out of turn, the Archdevil Supreme is like, know your place, Grung. As we will proceed at the specified time, we will talk of the Radiant Preacher, and at this and any discussion will happen then. Thank you for your insights, but be wary of meddling with the order of these trials. And kind of like pushes you off to say such things when it is time to do so. Take an insight check for me, if you will.
I thought the Red Guard interrupted Tad. Shouldn't Tad be allowed to finish what he has to say?
He was given time to finish what he had to say, and then the heralds were given their time as well. You get the sense with a 15
Right.
that the Archbishop Supreme is kind of like taking charge here a little bit, noticing that certain things are being, discussed.
We're being railroaded, Rune.
Railroaded, yeah.
Certain
That's
things
fine. We know what a railroad looks like.
you get the sense he's amenable to speaking about these things, but just the nature of the kind of chaotic nature of all of the parts of this particular testimony not being put into place correctly from the beginning, and especially the words of the Red Warden and you inadvertently supporting them about the failures on the part of the Source Pact. has kind of soured his taste for the conversation. And as someone who's like used to kind of ruling his own way in the subsection of the supremacy, he's kind of taking charge in this moment. Yes. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. So you kind of see the rest of them leave as the raconteur like tries to save face for the like little moment of kind of tension that was made there, and he's like, it's becoming a long day here at the Zodar trials, and as we can see, the factals have had a lot of decision making to do. So we will definitely give them their time to consider what has been happening today, and we will make sure to vote, and consider what you want the fate of these Heralds of Havoc to be: a life in Grick's prison, or a less lesser punishment. Cool. And as that goes,
are they being voted on as a whole, or are they being voted on each?
It seems like, at least from a voting perspective, they simplify everything into just like a binary decision, even though the factals have like a much more complicated decision. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah. And there seems to be a wide variety of as the kind of mascots start jumping around to various different areas. But at the end of the day, a lot of them are leaning towards Grick's prison for these people who attacked everything and even destroyed the source pack infrastructure. Cool. At that, we are going to move on for the sake of time to our next part. As the discussion dies down, what does Argus and Arizo, what do you guys do?
No, I wrote it in the chat, but at the end of as it's wrapping up at the very end, I'll lean into I tuck my ears back behind myself underneath the hat, and I'll lean into Argus and say, "Wow, I really hope they find that pointy-eared bastard. Sounds like a dangerous fella."
It's funny, he has the same name as you.
Did they say that? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, was
name.
or was that not part of the railroad?
They did not say his name, to my knowledge, unless Gary said it. I don't know.
Gary said it.
Gary did say it.
Yeah.
But
then you shut him down afterwards. That was he said that, and
Okay,
then he was ushered off.
Yeah, he said
he
the
did
name.
say
Everyone
Arizo.
knows the name of the person who's running around.
he didn't
of-
specifically say that though. He just said this Arizo character. That's all he
Yeah,
said.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, so yeah.
It's a
funny, it's
common
got-
name.
I don't know. He may have, right?
You know, actually, there's a Loxodon with the same name as me in the Adventurers Hall.
That funny thing with A names today, eh?
Hey,
Speaking of A names, Arbor and Frankie. Well, Frankie, are you here now?
I think not. Let's see.
Frankie alive?
I think he had to step out. He didn't think that he was up for another half an hour or so.
Mhm.
How long ago
Okay.
did he step away? He said he was gone for like an hour.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
at 1:30.
I can
Okay.
text him.
Yeah, let him know.
He's walking a dog, yeah, and then he's out walking the dog right now.
Okay. Well, we will go back then to the situation with
Well, on the agenda, where are we at? Are we at the
well, now that we've
We're at speech 2. We're at speech 2 and maybe not into pursuit.
speech 2? Okay. I think that's why he left, because he didn't think he was needed until pursuit.
yeah. Yeah, things are going a little out of order here because people are leaving
I'm
left and
back now. I don't know if you were talking about me or not.
Oh no.
He said he sent me a text. He said for you just to play his character.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen if I can make it happen. Okay, so this is like a moment where everyone's coming together and the whole purpose is to like talk with each other. This is like his first time really learning about Arbor's character. I want him to be here if I can. So
yeah, I can
okay.
Morty and Rune, let's go back to you guys since you guys are both here. The kind of footstep approach. You have like maybe a couple turns here. What are you guys like taking any action? I'm gonna mute you, Gary, now a third time. Yeah. You doing anything here?
So I think we figured out that we're both elemental pathfinders. Morty, you're in a jail, and they're going to haul me down for some trial, I assume, shortly. I'm not sure what they're going to make of you, but I don't think you'll be put on trial. Just tell them you fell through the ceiling, and you need to get back to the stadium, and they'll probably let you go. If you're persuasive enough, or if you want, I can try to persuade them.
No, I'll figure it out on my own. Thanks, though.
Okay.
Does he look like any part of him is damaged or harmed or hurt or wrecked or
No,
maimed or
he
ripped
looks
or torn?
pretty sophisticated looking. He's got like a very spazzy purple suit there, and pretty fashionable looking, honestly.
Okay. So turning to stone didn't seem to harm him at all.
No.
Okay. Where are you from? Where are you from before Bilica?
Before Bilica, I'm from Earth.
Earth. Midgard.
Huh?
Midgard. Some Earthlings refer to Midgard as Earth. Norway, Sweden, Denmark.
Yeah.
All the best places.
Okay. I didn't know Midgard was a real place, though. I thought that was like...
Well, of course it's a real place. That's where all the people live, the humans. And then, you've got the Norse gods in Asgard and the Jotun in Jotunheim. Midgard.
As you're like professing about religion,
it's in Norse you would call it Eorth. Eorth is it's an old Norse name for Earth. You're just pronouncing it weird.
As you guys are having this like civil discussion, 4 Harmonium soldiers like come up and are like with man catcher stabs drawn, and they're like, stand down. What are you doing with the Radiant Breacher? State your name and slowly back out of the cell.
My name is Morty. Slowly backing out of the cell. I fell through the ceiling.
Oh my! Another insane guy. But how did he even get through? Look, it's not even open.
He can't be insane if, in fact, it's an easier explanation than falling through your grate.
Should we? I mean, this is a little unprecedented. Should we just leave him in there? I mean, if he didn't open the
I'd suggest to you that you just let him go and don't tell your boss. Because that's a lot more complicated to explain to your boss how someone broke into your prison while you weren't watching.
And so they kind of just like let him go. Don't mind his mad ranting.
Let me give you a persuasion check on that.
Yeah, go for it. As one of them's like, I don't know. I mean, did you hear like Harry got ousted like publicly by that one like monster DO guy. I mean, they shouldn't let monsters be defendants for it. Like, look at all the ruckus they've made, that apparently one of the prisoners like turned to water or something. Some weird stuff's going on. I think it's more Heralds of Havoc activity. And that's like one of them. It's like I don't know. I mean,
so you're gonna explain to your boss that you let someone break into your prison while you were watching, or you're gonna try to claim this man is insane. I would suggest you just let the poor lad go. Then you'll be no worse off.
As they kind of like look to each other, like, because there's one of them is like higher up on the other one, and you see one of the like lower tier harmonium guards is like, I mean, for being insane, this guy does seem to have a point. And the other one's like, well, weren't we instructed that if anyone made any issues or used any magic, that they should be put in a cell, right? Did
you see him use any magic? Did you see this boy use magic? No.
Well,
you didn't.
Yeah, he fried our seeing stones for a solid like few minutes. And
no, that was me. That's when I turned the light. And you see, I just turned the light for a minute, and then. Well, no, that's not magic.
You see the leader guy like takes out a key and like opens the door as the other ones like have their weapons primed. It's like, Morty, is it?
Yeah.
We'd like to move you one cell over here and keep you detained until we can solve what's going on here.
Okay.
And they kind of like move you over a cell. Do you comply or do you do anything?
No, I comply. I just sort of meekly accept my jail time.
Rune, do you do anything as they like open the door for a little bit and then close it to?
No, I do find it's interesting that they view people showing up in random places as somehow that person insane rather than themselves. But apparently this world doesn't conform to logic.
Yeah, he's like, how does you hear like the tension kind of sigh down as they now have like guards posted more regularly out, as some of them go back to the desk and they're like, man, how did they even get past? I mean, isn't there not supposed to be any spellcasting like allowed in these cells? I mean, we really got to up security. It's like, yeah, as there seems to be some sort of something going on with something or other. At this same moment, I guess I'd really like Frankie to be here too. I mean, not to have to just railroad him, but I guess I will. Frankie kind of finds helps the harmonium get this Arbor guy who he saw like fall from the ceiling and is a little intrigued by, and just helps them all the way down to the little basement. As he like steps through the kind of public private threshold, Frankie is told by the other harmonium, he's like, thanks for your help back there. Frankie, right? Was it very powerful speech you guys made earlier? We'll take it from here. We're just gonna take him down to the cells near the entrance. If you'd like to go talk to him, I'll make sure that the desk knows that you were so helpful in and keeping the peace. It means a lot that the little Faye is sticking with us in these troubled times. And you Arbor are like also brought down to the same prison cell level, and if you don't, if unless
Yeah.
you do want to do anything else, no.
No, I think I'll acquiesce. I'm gonna look to the Frankie person, and just kind of like give him a look of like I'm just trying to like see what he's like, and I'm just like I guess I got no option. I've been this is only the second time I've been put in handcuffs today.
So you see they like just lock you up next to the other ones. And the harmonium kind of says to you, "Hey, I'm sorry, son. I know I know you were just being a little rowdy out there and everything. Just we'll have to keep you in here until the trial's over, and then you're free to go. Just sorry, it's just procedure. You know, shock's a little on edge right now, so sorry about this."
Arbor just gives like a very disheartened, like, okay. I can't see Morty or Rune though from my cell, right?
You were able here, we can put you over here.
So just to be clear, Morty, Rune, and Arbor are all in 3 cells side by side.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, at this point, I guess I don't know. I could be put across. I was just curious, like if I'd see. I guess on the way in, I'd see Morty though, right? Like I might identify him and be like, "Oh, that's the dude from before."
Yeah, you would see Morty, and you'd also see Rune. And yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna see them and be like, "Oh, look, it's that person I remember seeing before."
Cool. Awesome. As you kind of mutter some stuff under your breath, there, Rune, you see that the kind of you turning into light and like shooting it has like pecked the walls of this place. And there's like very thin little holes that have like seemingly permeated like not only this cell but like a decent amount of the surrounding brickwork, all the way such that as you kind of you hear Morty like sigh from across through the wall there, and you can like hear his voice a little bit. Let's see. I'm gonna just like show you guys where you are right now. Boom. Oh. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't get too disappointed, young man. If you can turn to stone one more time, you'll just fall right through the floor again. I'm seem to be stuck in here.
Are you just saying that right out?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
It doesn't seem like the guards have an ounce of brains between their ears if they accuse someone of being insane for being teleported. So talking in front of them won't matter.
Yeah.
They don't seem I mean, teleporting seems to be something that happens relatively often here, just not in a highly, in an area like this where magic is restricted. And they weren't really seem to be alarmed by the fact of teleporting. I mean, that wasn't talked about. Just coming from another, through stone or from another reality or other things like that, there was mention of that is a little bit confused.
They leap right to insane rather than any other possible explanation. Got it. Anyhow, you'll be fine, young man. They'll probably let you out after this trial is over. I don't think they really have any charges on you. It's me that they're wanting to fry.
I can play the waiting game, but if you're on trial, I hope for the best for you.
Oh, so do I. So do I. It's mostly a popularity contest surrounded by idiocy. So I'll just smile for the cameras. People like that.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll do fine.
Right now, I think Arbor, if he overhears this, is just hearing this fellow and thinking like, man, this guy kind of sounds a lot like Hutar sometimes. They both have this aura of overconfident charm.
Okay. At this
Did
point,
somebody say overconfident charm?
yeah. okay, we have talked about Frankie. We've talked about Arbor. We've talked about Morty, and we've talked about uh, uh, Rune, and they all are now somewhat linked by a thread of this kind of being linked to these same three prison cells. Um, and they just so happen to be a party that is kind of forming in our story. Um, interesting. The On the other side of things, we have we have our standalone Grung, who has just made some valid points, but also some has kind of used his position of power as a diverse individual within a system to say some things that are kind of contrarian, potentially, and because of that, maybe has made some new enemies. And we see him kind of back at his office preparing for his next go about here. Cool. I'm trying to bring Gary's character. Where are you? Oh, sorry. Let's do the end of the trial first. My bad. As we kind of come back to these things before Gary goes to his office, we've got to state the verdict for the punishment of the Herald of Havoc. The kind of factals come out, and they, once again list what the topic is about. Again, for the record, the punishment of the Heralds of Havoc, and as the with a very smug kind of happy face, this red size large arch devilly creature states, yes, we have come to an agreement, and especially given the overly chaotic and nature of the Heralds of Havoc and their almost their inability to value life in all senses of the way. We have chosen to go ahead and convict all such Heralds of Havoc with life sentences at the Grixit prison, with option for voluntary death, and also for interrogation from all established kind of factor related information services, including that of the Bank of Eons, of the industrialists, of the Canal of Faith via the Sanctuary of Saints, of the supremacy of amazing intelligence, and the Guildmaster Chorster herself, and of the Progress Tower of Mind's Eye mages. And we believe that sentences in the Grix prison will let us slowly wheedle out the information we need to know how and why this orchestrated attack came about, and how to best protect against a similar catastrophe in the future. And they kind of each state their reasoning for why they want that. Most of them are like, chaos is bad. You see, like, the Zvard of Eons is very much against chaos all the way, with the yellow guy being like very far over there. But certain people like the Ever Druid cleric, or Ketheric, sorry. She seems to be a little more on the fence about things, and Archbishop Sterling is even as kind of trying to again promote his belief in faith, and it says, even all things should have an opportunity to be yet redeemed. Maybe they deserve a second chance, but the majority of them just want to make all the factions happy, and Archbishop Supreme wants to squash the weak as well. So there you go. With that all said and done, they kind of quickly move on to the next proceeding, letting kind of Tad have a few hours here to kind of take all the notes that he was starting to talk about the Radiant Breacher, and really make a informed kind of speech given the current events. And so, Tad, you find yourself going back into the back rooms with as you kind of take your little Eon band and go past the guards and find your way into like the kind of inner library with the offices and things. We will get back to you as we start up the next am I trying to make people go away? Ooh. Okay. And right. 1, 2, 3. And put these guys out. As the next second to last kind of note of the trial takes on this 1400 one of the quest for retrace radiance starts to get the Adventurers Guild all up in a buzz, as they are very excited for this one. The reason that Argus is here, and any kind of questioning of Arizo's character that may or may not have happened from the high perception scores of the Adventurers Guild is kind of squashed by an interest in this new assignment here, as the Freyborn previously mentioned, Gravbard Dran himself, the legendary adventurer, walks out to represent the Adventurers Guild with Caitlin, one of the kind of subordinates of Guildmaster Chorsta, kind of just being there for support, versus Narvek again with the kind of financial input. Cool. As all of that starts, let us quickly go through this quest of retrace radiance, and then we'll come back to Tad doing his thing, and we'll also actually let's do Tad's thing first, because then we can come back to Argus, and it's almost 4, so that's gonna be good. Okay, the Tad, as you're walking back, you notice that kind of cleaning up some of the books and things they were using for their trial is Tim Tutek 4, one of the newer members of the Defensive Order, who doesn't really spend a lot of time in the Defense Rests office that you were at a couple hours ago. and Tim Tech is to be kind of on his way out from representing the monks of meaning, and he kind of walks by you, Tad, in the corridor here, and this human is a standard human with like a nice little vest on and all, but like several parts of his face and his arm are all kind of contorted and seem to have almost like artificery cyborg enhancements with his the skin of his face itself being kind of metal and things. As he walks over to you in kind of a soft tone, he kind of waves over to you and it's like, Tad, great to finally make your acquaintance. I heard we inadvertently came into the job around the same time. It's good to see you. It seems you're using your privilege as a speaker here at the Hall of Speakers to make waves. I will say I think whatever you find meaning in is worth pursuing, but do know that others find meaning in other ways as well, and conflict arises when people have different ideas of what is meaningful. Just be wary, my friend.
I say thank you very much. It just was such a shock to have my main defendant or my main witness disappear on me.
Yeah, he kind of like takes you into this office where you guys kind of get to use it when you're having these types of events, and it's got like various desks and things to prepare on, and even some like little tiny kitchen areas and kind of lounging spots if people are waiting that need to give testimony and things like that. But it's currently this area over here is currently has no one in it except for a professor who seems to be kind of in the corner over here. I will put him down. Who, as if your memory serves right, Gary, will be kind of there at the Fate of the Radiant Breacher, kind of representing the Progress Tower. But as you guys walk in, and as I put him on the map there, you kind of get the sense that Tim Tech is kind of sees that you're in a moment of kind of shock and stress, and is just trying to like alleviate you a little bit, give you someone to like vent to, even though you don't really know him that well. Yeah, so he continues and kind of brings you over into the back area where like away from the professor who's just kind of reading his book. And he's like, Tad, don't get me wrong. With my time serving with the monks of meaning, I have learned that stereotypes and the source packs leaning towards the monstrous races seems needless to me. That being said, they are very real, and just know that sometimes the world is unfair, and things that you say as the grung that you are, may be taken differently. And from what I heard from listening up above, it seems like you have angered some of the factals, by kind of questioning the proceedings themselves, those proceedings that, as a defensive order representative, you're supposed to defend the order of. And I get that sometimes, waves need to be made to better defend things, but just know that the words you speak out there, this isn't just a normal trial. Those words are being cast, all over Bilica and beyond.
I agree. Some of that was intended, some of it was not.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I was about to leave, but if you need any help, getting any books or anything, I know it seems like your narrative for the coming trial has changed. Maybe there's something less intellectual that I can help you out with. I'm a little bit out of juice myself.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you kind of just let him leave you.
Yeah.
In a moment. Okay. He's like, well, I wish you the best. And if you ever, it seems like currently you have a little bit of a tumultuous soul. If you're ever in need for some, some finding your own path, your own railroad, if you will, consider coming to the monks of meaning and finding your meaning. And then he kind of leaves. And he gives a polite nod to the professor, who is still like in the corner reading. Cool. Awesome. So, Had, you're there. What is your like inner thoughts right now as you're getting ready for the Fate of the Radiant Preacher trial before we move on to the next thing here? What are you thinking about?
Well, I'm kind of shaken by Arizo disappearing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rightfully so.
Am I confident I cannot be heard?
You know that it is people. The only people who have access to this space are other defensive order representatives, and currently, and people who are doing testimonies today. But currently, it's just you and this professor in the corner. Yeah.
Well, could he hear me if I try and talk to Rune over the earring thing?
You're not sure. I mean, there's a couple interior walls in like this kind of lounge space that you're in. You could be stealthy about it. He seems to be just like reading a book, so.
Well, I try and go away and be stealthy about talking to Rune.
Okay, give me a stealth check. You could also like go talk to Rune yourself, but I mean, this is another way to do it. Yeah. Go for it. Give me a stealth check, and then tell me what you say to Rune. Remember that the way that your earring works is you get like kind of a 25 word message. That so you can only have so much of a conversation, but yeah. And it currently has 6 charges, so you can do up to, what is that, like 150 words each or something like that. Cool, yeah. You get the sense that you're pretty stealthy and that this professor's kind of minding his own business.
So I try and transmit a message to Rune and say something incredible happened, that the other defendant I was talking to him about, semi-linking him to, turned into water and disappeared according to the guards. And he's nowhere to be found.
Rune, you hear this? What do you hear this ring in your ear?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Give me a Arcana check, Rune.
Okay.
7. You get the sense that like probably this type of magical communication shouldn't work here, but something about the nature of you like frying the systems with your like light stuff has kind of allowed this to go through.
Okay. Great. Yeah, that makes sense. I got turned into an elemental blast just a few minutes ago. And then at the same time, another young fellow turned up. He looks to be made of earth. And sounds like you were talking about water. And I'm apparently light. That only leaves 2 other elements, beer and laughter. So you should be looking for beer, is my suggestion. Oh, and if you get a chance, you should talk to apparently the Progress Tower. They want to interview me once I'm in that Red Asylum. If you get a chance to talk to them and maybe negotiate for their vote, I ain't helping them at all if I'm declared insane. They can go pound salt up a donkey's ass. But if they vote for me to be free, I'll help them out in their investigation as much as they like. You might try to negotiate that if you run into them.
I'll see what I can do, but none of this makes sense, so I'm having a very difficult time piecing it together unless there is a prophecy that is being fulfilled, as hard as that is to believe.
Let me help you out. They want to investigate. If they want my help, they should vote to set me free. It's that simple.
Well, that's what we're trying to achieve.
Okay. At that, you've kind of used the extent of your little earring, though you could always just go down and talk to Rune face to face. Cool. With that, we're going to move back to the proceedings of the second to last trial here for the quest of retraced radiance. As it finally comes up, all the somewhat snoozing adventurer guild members kind of raise up their seats and start cheering for it a little bit, as they're very excited to hear the nature of the potential quest that might start inciting more exciting news here. Cool. All right, just moving some stuff around. So as the fractals start, again, coming out is just 2 parties here. We have Gravbard Dran, and kind of representing the Adventurers Guild, and then Narvek, the venturing thing, the Eon Loans. And Guildmaster Chorsta kind of starts off with being the lead speaker for this one, and she says, well, let us shift the discourse here today to something more unifying, more exciting than our inner squabbles or dealings here at Bilica. Yes, Bilica is strong due to our inner unification, but it is also strong due to our willingness to forge beyond Bilica and go exploring for
Name
resources
drop.
and wealth beyond measure to bring back home. And as such, I officially start the topic of the quest for retraced radiance, herein as the Factal of Beyond. My lead proposition is that needless of whether this Radiant Breacher is convicted of anything. It is evident that he has come from beyond, and we have been able to track down the exact direction from whence he has come. And we'd like to send out our Explorers Guild expedition in direction from whence the Radiant Breacher came, for search of things such as the Flog Fishers described in the prophecy, to name a few. We would like to begin the detailed hiring and timeline process to set out many groups of adventurers leaving Bilica by the end of Hexad. And while all of those things we can proclaim as our own faction of the Adventurers Guild, what we are here in discussing is the source pack's potential funding for such an endeavor, as I believe that, similar to in the vein of Archbishop Serling's talk of faith, adventure and exploration can also unify and bring us together in these troubling times. And she kind of begins by stating, now that I've given the premise, I would like to actually start with the opposition. Narvek of Eons. She kind of flips the script here. Give us reasons for why we shouldn't fund such exploration in these times of for us needing to unify together. And Narvek, kind of not being prepared to go first, kind of pipes up, is like, well, I can see how, thank you for appreciating my opinion and letting me go first. Let us say that I would first like to preface that the Adventurers Guild is a very important part of our society here at the Source Pact, and all of the other factions herein very much appreciate what it is you bring to society. That being said, there's only so much of these so-called resources that you so eloquently bring back to us to go around. And it is necessary for us to spend some on other things besides continued expansion. Yes, there's much of the void that is yet uncharted and unknown. But also, I can attest that there are several exploration, adventures that have occurred in the past few years that you have funded, that have turned up dry, and put adventurers' lives at stake. As such, we need to make sure that we think through our expeditions before, following them all the way to fruition. And as I understand that you've done your research as to the location of this, this kind of light ray, if you will, how do we know that at the end of this rainbow there will be any gold? This is what I have to say, is that similar to other topics described previously, there's only so much taxpayer money to go around, and with it already being conscripted to paying for the death compensations described earlier today, why should we spend more on exploration in these troubling times? And as that kind of happens, you guys start to realize that the order of some of these topics does kind of matter. And then she kind of after that he continues a little, and then Chorsta hands over, is like, thank you for your thoughtful decisions, or thoughtful discourse here. Now I would like to bring bring to the stand the man, the legend, Gravebard Dran, the potentially the last Freyborn, definitely the last one here in Bilica, to grace us with his presence here. As you all might know, Gravebard Dran helped out the Rock of Brawl some years ago, and has been heralded as a hero ever since. And many of the Adventurers Guild look up to him as one of our many heroes. And I would like to hear his testimony for why, as a member of the Adventurers Guild, those putting their lives on the line for our exploration and our resource acquisition, why such a quest for Retrace Radiance may prove fruitful. Cool. At that, Gravebard kind of starts prophetically talking in a much more elegant way than I can describe, being definitely a kind of a crowd pleaser, as he states, is like, many of you live peaceful lives here in Bilica, but the world beyond is dangerous and uncertain. Clouds move across the void. The blankets themselves, splash those splash many with acid, and giant beasts exist that are larger than even our largest spelljammers at times. There is so much of the void that is unknown, and if we are to continue to turtle up our resources and kind of exist upon the meager supplies that we have, we will not be able to expand and create better lives for the future of our pact. Bilica itself only has so much land, and the recent with every year, the city gets denser and denser. There is need to find other strongholds of potential civilization out in the void. Take the Water Barons, for example. At the very Hexadley meeting that provoked this ray that we are trying to retrace, the Water Barons came and are going to in future solve our problems here at home. We would not have had such good relations with them if we had not met them out in the void as we did. It is our duty to keep pushing the boundaries of the unknown in order to better understand our world and make it better. Yes, inner squabbles are important to resolve, but we can all unify under the larger picture of supporting adventure. And as such, I believe that this finger pointing out and giving us direction in our exploits is all the more reason to kind of respond with exploration. We don't know how long we have until efforts leading in that direction might become fruitless. And the more support we can get now in the present is the better. And he starts kind of just listing off all these reasons to support the adventure for the Source Pact. And with each one seems to gather more and more support. And just definitely as the bard that he is of sorts, Grave Bard, he is kind of using a little bit of this charm to sway people over with charisma, more so than the kind of factual bookkeeping of Narvek. With that, he concludes and many of the Adventurers Guild like stand up and clap and like are like, yeah, let's get a new sentry quest up in here. And the at that, Chorsta kind of proclaims that it's time for them to go and have their session of figuring out what's going to go down. And once again, the Raconteur moves moves for people to vote and have a moment of discussion. In this moment, quickly as I kind of set some things up, what is Argus and Arizo up to as I get ready to come back to Theo?
So they wanna find how we got here, eh?
Seems perfect.
Yeah. Seems like they could use a party of our expertise.
Well, we just got to convince them that we have the expertise to do this.
I don't know. You think they would you think they would I don't know. I don't know if we should tell anyone. It seems like they're pretty concerned about people from other realms. I mean, if we were to form our own
that Lightbringer, they have him aged up, is what I heard from the trial just now. He came from somewhere else and just happened to land on one of their meetings, and then they captured them.
Wrong place, wrong time.
I think you're right. I think we should keep this hush hush.
Right.
Perhaps not even use the real names.
Yeah. I've been going by the name Porthos, actually.
I see.
I've got there's a group of adventurers that I've been tailing and hanging around with, but they have their own adventurer parties. They're groups. They all have cute, clever names, and they gain points for adventuring. But they're a mixed bag, you could say. It might be the perfect cover for us to blend in here in Bilica. Let us kind of explore on our own without raising too many questions, ruffling too many feathers.
That sounds perfect.
Oh, and as I say ruffling, after I say ruffling too many feathers, the feather like pokes out of my pocket and looks at you.
Starts dancing
and then just goes back in.
Arizo chuckles and says, "Nice little trick you got there."
What trick?
The feather.
And I looked down. Oh, he must be hungry.
Cool.
Eyebrow raises. If anyone asks, from now on, call me Roger.
All right. Roger.
Roger that.
Yep.
Roger Rabbit.
Roger Rabbit. Yep.
Oh man, I should have chosen like
Okay.
I don't know, an E name. Lenny the Loxodon.
You guys both hear the various adventurers around you are like pretty excited, and they're all like, "Did you hear that? I mean, man, Great Bard makes a great point. I mean, it's so cool that he's back in town. I mean, I didn't even know. Many of those upper tier adventurers kind of keep to themselves, but I mean, we all idolize them, and they kind of go into things, and some of them are talking to themselves or about this is about like, oh man, yeah, he is kind of like one of the last Freyborn, huh? Probably the last one. I mean, what's up with that, huh? Man, and another one's like, what's a Freyborn again? And it was like, I honestly don't remember. And the the others are kind of talking amongst themselves. Cool. Awesome. So do you guys kind of just like take in the fervor of the discussion here, and stay in place, I assume? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of waiting to see. At least Argus is waiting to see what the group, what the Red Lilies are gonna do, because
Well, they're waiting for the verdict. Really,
yeah. So Argus is just gonna stick around.
got it. Cool. At this point, is Ethan back online potentially? He's still on the call, technically. I don't know. Hey, Ethan. Okay.
He's not
okay.
back yet.
Okay.
I think
he
he's
gonna-
on
is
his
he
way home.
Is he going to be back like at exactly 4, or?
Pretty close to it, I believe.
Okay.
I could go like a few minutes over, but not by very much. So,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know.
Well, you are gonna find Hutar over near the entrance. Seems like whatever entity this was definitely got like ahead of you guys. I mean, you guys are on the tail.
I was gonna try and use a key point for Step of the Wind as soon as I saw him running, and just tell the guys, to like gesture to Hutar, tell the people where I'm going, and then bolt immediately as soon as I saw the person running. Was kind of the plan.
Cool. So you and Hutar like both kind of have this same idea of like who is this kind of shadowy figure, and I mean you're interested in them for different reasons. There seems to be, as you get to like the main foyer entrance here, which you've never actually been in this building before because you haven't needed to, but you've seen the outside before. So these big colonnade structures that come up kind of get you your bearings, and you realize that you're near the entrance, that kind of opens up onto the courtyard that goes into the Canal of Faith. And there's various harmonium here that all are kind of miffed, and several of them seem to can be like knocked out against walls and things. None of them are like harmed or wounded, but they're like kind of like crowd controlled away from this main corridor entrance, as and several of them are even running down the street, like down the stairs into the outside courtyard, being like, where the heck did they go?
Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of like tunnel vision, like I said, Step of the Wind, just bolting. Even, and if Hutar falls behind, that's fine. He'll catch up, kind of like get there as fast as I can.
Okay, you managed to get out. I mean, no one's stopping you from leaving.
Mhm.
And then Hutar kind of comes out in response. And as you step out into the courtyard, you see that, I mean, there's a lot of people already in. Now that you're getting to the end of the trial, there's like everyone's in the auditorium space, and so there's not that many people out here. And you see that kind of statue of Mistra there in front of you, and you're not sure which direction this figure went, but it seems evident from the harmonium there. It's like that they're like they're kind of out of breath, and they're like, well, yeah, it's our duty here to protect the premises. I'll go back and report about this. Hey, you guys are adventurers, right? Maybe
Yeah.
you can kind of go try and figure out where this. I don't know. It was just all a blur, and I think they've definitely got some sort of cloaking ability, maybe visibility or something. But didn't harm anyone.
And you didn't see a direction they headed in or anything?
Just out this way. By the time I saw them, like, over near, kind of jump into some of the bushes near the mistress statue, but past that, I don't know. Probably long gone by now. But I mean, you guys have, like, locating spells, right, and crazy stuff like that. Maybe you can.
Not exactly. I can go look at the bushes.
Okay, as you guys kind of go, find yourselves looking into the bushes and things. The two of you find yourselves out in the land, like in the source pact. And as you start going across the kind of courtyard area, you look up, Theo, and you feel much like safe and on the ground here with like no, overbearing presence besides like the somewhat familiar harmonium guards just standing peaceably. And you finally like take a breath of like, you've made it somewhat home to streets that you've been on before. Though you still have, the Shadowlands in between you and the the neighborhood that you're really from. But as we kind of take a look from up above here, we see that you are, here at the Hall of Speakers, and only just a stone's throw away from the Monks of Meaning, with all of the Source Pact kind of conglomerating it into one entity. Awesome. We find you two adventurers out there. I think I'm going to end it there, and if for now, and if Ethan manages to come back by the time you have to leave, we can have like a short conversation of where you guys want to go from there. I think for the two of your story, we will end it right there, and maybe we'll have a way for you to link up with other characters soon. Who knows?
I did tell Argus that I was going to try and get to my mom's shop as soon as possible, and I told him the name of it. So there's that.
Yeah. Cool. With that, let us go. Back to the we've kind of settled the story of Hutar and Theo. We've settled somewhat the story of Morty and Arbor. We still have retraced radiance to deal with. And Frankie is flitting about, and our Herringer and our Loxodon are kind of up above there. As I'm going to now kind of end this quest for retraced radiance, and then after that, I think we should take a little break as we set up for Gary's little final speech here about but let us continue as the factals come back to their seats for the last second to last time here doing a verdict. The verdict comes open. Guildmaster Chorsta kind of speaks out and it's like, let us now reveal the verdict for the quest of the retraced radiance. And you can see that like right after they kind of walked out, this little size giant, albino raven kind of pops over one as like some last minute adjustments seem to be made. My is that right? Oh, sorry. All of them seem to pop over. My bad. They keep moving around these on wall spots. Cool. And at this, Guildmaster Chorsta kind of says, as is evident by like 4 out of 2 of our mascots here leaning towards Sentry Quest, we officially will give our verdict on the subject. We will start off with the Zvart of Eons. Zvart says, as said time and time again, only so much taxpayer money, and exploration is not a certain, it's not a guarantee, it's a gamble. It's not worth spending our money on. Similarly, the Everdrew Kethic is like, yes.
Gamble, 35 fingers mentioned.
In these times, resources are better spent in Bilica. We still yet need to protect the source, deal with our hydrology problems. And the Archbishop Serling says, in these uncertain times, there's all the more reason for us to unite together around something that brings us faith. Exploration, adventure, can do just this thing. And the Archdevil Supreme is kind of begrudgingly like agrees somewhat, saying, and more so than that, sometimes adventurers in trying to do the right thing can complement matters here in Bilica. And what they are meant to do is explore the unknown, not to try and understand the knowns that are here in our society. And Guildmaster Chorsta says, this quest for radiance will become a century level quest under the guild's tier system, and will spur exploration beyond measure. Not just this quest, but all of those adventurers born through through its trials will aid us for decades to come. And finally, Headmaster Spithroke agrees and is like, and not just that, but there is potential for this particular trace of radiance to give us new insights on the inner workings of the void. And with that, Chorsta kind of sums it all up. He's like, our verdict is to officially assign the Century Quest and to give all of those adventurers signing up for its initial launch at the end of this coming hexad a stipend for the beginning of their adventures. And it's like, may the exploration begin. And,
cheering from the adventurers.
Cheering for everybody, yeah.
We get paid.
There we go. At this, there's some cheering, and this topic has kind of created more inspiring talk and unification than some of the other ones. And again, the Raconteur being kind of the MC of it all, kind of helps bring into focus the nature of events, and it's like, and now our final topic of today's Zodar trials. Can you believe that we're almost at the conclusion of this historic event? And it kind of brings out the next topic, and it's like, now, as like the 1600 bells toll, the fate of the Radiant Breacher, that Radiant Breacher, which has sparked the interest in exploration in this quest. Many have said that what he spouts, his time in the zooming across the void has left him with permanent stage 3 madness. Is this true? Should he be convicted to the Red Asylum, as many such insane members are, or should the nature of his inspiring events make him a free man? Or is he too inspiring, having inspired potentially the attack of the Heralds of Havoc, unifying them in their chaotic nature? All this and more shall come at this final testimony. Cool. As the kind of next topic begins here, we see 4 characters come out, including our very own Tad. Tad, are you ready to kind of give your testimony, or is there any last things you wanted to do as you kind of go and get the person you're defending here?
No, I'm ready.
Okay. You as you walk over to the cells
Let's
that
hope this one doesn't
are
disappear.
as you walk over to the cells that Rune is at, you do notice there's a little bit of hubbub from the harmonium guards about someone kind of some person causing trouble in the crowd and then rushing off. But you don't mind. And give me a perception check at advantage. Okay. Ethan, are you here now?
Yeah. He's not here yet.
Okay. Cool. With that 15, you see Theo charging ahead, like out into the courtyard there, as kind of like seemingly looking for someone, with Hutar kind of right behind. And you don't know any of these characters, but you definitely get the sense that something is amiss. But it does seem like the harmonium are kind of gathering together, and this is their job, is to keep the peace from people in the audience, and so they're getting it together. But you're on the clock, so you keep going, and you have a moment here as you kind of officially go and get Rune, for you guys to have a little quick chat before your time here.
I think I'm gonna head out. It was great playing with y'all today, and I'm very excited to see how this goes.
Thanks, Asa.
Bye,
See you.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah.
Thanks,
See you.
Bye.
Good to meet you, Asa.
Likewise.
Bye.
Bye.
Pat, as you arrive in Rune's cell, you see that there's 2 other individuals now, like, next to him. There's definitely been some rowdy people in the audience, it seems. Rune, do you and Tad kind of have any discussion before his speech? Remember, he's representing you, but you technically do have the opportunity to speak for yourself as well.
I asked him how the previous vote went on the Century Quest for the Radiant Path.
Well, it was mixed, so it looks like it's going to continue. But right now, I believe we can use the Radiant Pathfinder as a defense.
Okay. And who is against it and why?
Rune, this is the like thaumaturgy broadcast is everywhere. You haven't been able to hear it though due to like the magic dampening, but ever since that radiant event occurred, you have been able to softly hear it from the back wall.
Okay, so I know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tad, I think if we need to just straight out buy votes, I have something on offer for the Bank of Eon to recoup their costs and for the Everdruids to benefit from this century quest, should they vote for me to go free. And as well, if we're just being purely transactional, the Progress Tower, if they want to investigate the Radiant Breach, they could do that with my assistance if I'm a free man.
We can
and in that
offer,
regard, if you want me to offer this, I could speak to that on the floor. But what I can offer is essentially free water in huge quantities. Huge.
well, that's an
quantities.
interesting offer. However, we can, I would offer your assistance, but be careful trying to bribe or make a promise.
It's not a bribe. I'm just saying that there's an opportunity for us to work together.
We could broach that subject. I'd just be careful of that to a degree.
Okay.
I mean, that's my opinion.
All right. Well, if you bring the subject up, I will talk to how our cooperation could help reimburse the bank for their losses and help the Everdruids with water.
Okay. You're escorted out with some harmonium there. Morty, you're able to hear all of this. Do you kind of say anything, or do you just stay silent?
I'm sort of resigned in my cell right now.
Okay.
I just sort of let him go.
Okay. There's a moment here where all the harmoniums that are here kind of like go and focus on this more important radiant creature and kind of bringing him out. And Arbor and Morty, you have a moment where there's like less guards there, and you're like kind of able to hear each other through the walls. Do you like talk to each other at all or say anything?
So I think I saw him when I was coming in. So I'll be like, "Oh, hey, you're that kid sitting next to me up on the balcony, right? Why are you in here?"
I transformed into some stone and fell through the ceiling.
Oh,
I
that's
thought
a-
I was.
How did it hurt really bad?
I didn't fall nearly that far, so it didn't hurt too bad.
Dang. Yeah, I also fell, but I floated and then I fell. That hurt though. That hurt a lot.
Should we try to make an escape or just sort of sit here and sit this out? I think they're just gonna ask us to leave. This is all.
I don't know. Yeah, the guards seemed pretty nice to me before, and I don't really want to try to escape if they're gonna. It seems like there's a lot of guards, and they didn't seem that mad before. They just didn't want me to cast spells, but I don't even know how to cast spells. I mean, I just turned into some gas. Someone else cast a spell on me. I figure.
Yeah, it seemed very much a compelled form of magic, if it's even called that.
You one of those? Do you know how to cast spells?
I can cast some spells, but I'm not extremely proficient in it. I don't have all the heavy.
So you can't just teleport us out of here or anything.
No, nothing like that.
Oh, well, then I guess it's better for us to just stay put for the time being.
All right.
Okay. With that, we are about to begin the final topic, the fate of the Radiant Preacher. We have a little bit of our parties forming here. We have Arbor and Morty kind of waiting for their coming release. We have, you know, the Arizo and Argus kind of figuring out, excited from the Century Quest. And we have the our two individuals outside as well. Before we take our little break here, our last little scene before our 10-minute break is going to be with Arizo and Argus as as you see the drawn acquisitioners are kind of really excited and are like, wow, this is gonna be great. We gotta train so hard in the next hexad to get going on this mission and everything. I mean, I wonder what the tier capacity is gonna be to be able to take part in the Century Quest, and we're only tier 3. It's gotta be, I guess we got a lot of work to do. It's like maybe we should just start now. I mean, I don't want to get caught in the throng of everyone leaving. I mean, who cares about this Radiant Breacher guy? And they start heading out. Do you do anything? This is the party with that axe loot player. Yeah.
I'm gonna look over to Arizo. What do you think? You think we should try and see what they do with this Lightbringer guy?
Well, I do think I'll lean in closer and say, I do think he is one of us. So
Yeah,
somehow
sure.
linked to it.
But sure sounds like it.
Perhaps we should.
I mean, they said it
know.
happened at exactly the same time that you and I popped into this world as well. So it's got to be connected, even if he's not one of us.
Yeah. Although, perhaps we should. Perhaps we might not want to stay too long after it ends, though. We don't want to get captured or end up like him.
Yeah, we don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves.
As Brahmin Luthier, the battle skirt girl, leaves, she kind of taps you on the shoulder, Argus, and is like, hey, I mean, the offer still stands if you want to train with us or hang out. Again, we have a really cool new place, and we even were able to make cool business cards. So here you go. Here's our address.
Oh well, I think you guys are gonna do quite fine at your new place. I mean, these are some fancy business cards, I tell you. Hey, listen, you wouldn't happen to know it's been so long since I did it. How does one set up an adventuring party again? I ran into some folks who were looking to get started, but they're off on the other side of the stage. So I'll let them know when you're later.
I expect many an adventure party to be spurred on by this exciting new development. Yeah, just come on by and walk into the adventure hall and make your way over to quest board, and one of whoever's designated that day to kind of be the quest clerk, you can go sign yourself up. Yeah, they'll start you out with a tier 1 adventure, but depending on the smaller quests you do, you'll be able to that party that you're going to help out will be able to raise up the ranks. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Everybody's got to work hard and pull their weight,
Mm-hmm.
You You ever heard of a tier 1? What I mean, not that I would ever do this, but what would happen if a tier 1 party sort of went and did a quest above their pay grade, so to speak?
Well, I mean, to be honest, we've thought about something like that before. Sometimes it's quite enticing, the like rewards for certain things. But let's just say many of those parties that try do fail, and
they don't come back.
Yeah, the adventuring party. It's not something that is kind of it's not something that people recommend, just because us adventurers care about the lives of each other, and you know
That's
we
right. That's right.
knowing
I'll
your
make
strength.
sure to let them know. I'll make sure to let them know, despite how exciting these new challenges are, they should make sure that they keep it realistic.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Well,
we gotta go.
Toodaloo,
Yeah,
folks. Good luck at that new training center. Maybe I'll pop by and we can do a little sparring.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
As she kind of like strings her little lute, kind of reminiscing of the party earlier. Cool. As they leave, and you guys kind of stay there. You're gonna hear out the end of this Fate of the Radiant Breacher thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Let us take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 4:30 or so. We're pretty ahead of schedule here, so that's good.